Hello everybody, this is Tigitar here, and welcome back to Tigaria creation, part 10 here. And in this episode, we get onto the custom biome creation. So this is right after I've finished sort of the main core of Tigaria there. We've got our first initial, display cases all set up and organized. But there's obviously still quite a lot more that I want to include in Tigaria here. So one of those big things is the biomes. One of the I had kept on sort of brainstorming and evaluating the space that I had and the space that I would need, and trying to guess on all that and how much area things were going to take up. So I had kind of a general idea to basically blast out a large area going just below the underground layer here, as you'll see me doing mostly with the Celebration Mark II. And that would give me basically a big chunk of area to build custom biomes on. And if I built the compartments, as you'll see coming up with the above ground compartments, or biomes rather, just above surface level, then they'll have the correct background, the world background, and the biome will actually kind of be there. And then just below those underground, then I could include the underground portions. So that was kind of my thought. I'm pretty sure I go down below the surface level. But as I'm looking at it right now, I'm not. So I could be wrong about that. Anyway, regardless of whether I build it starting at surface level or split at surface level with the underground being below underground, right on top of those biomes, then I would basically have a big flat empty canvas for building other displays and sections. So that was kind of my broad idea for laying out the next sections here. So firstly, as I mentioned, I got to blast out a big hole here, and started with mostly the Celebration Mark II. And you'll notice as I went, I kind of hammered out pathways and trails with the natural background walls, and then that allowed the Celebration Mark II to mostly destroy the background as well as the foreground blocks, which was important because I didn't want to be left with a whole bunch of it to do by hand as I'm doing right now. Now you may be wondering, why am I not using the DCU? Why am I still using just a regular hammer and smart cursor? Well, awkwardly, I did not realize that the DCU was actually capable of destroying walls. I only thought that it could do blocks, and in my notes on building this section, I actually note that around now, it must be shortly after this, is when I discovered that the DCU could remove background walls by using right click. And that is way quicker than any hammer in the game. So I start using that a whole bunch, and it's just kind of hilarious that it took me this long to figure that out. And honestly, I don't remember now. I looked back on the wiki, and I'm pretty sure it's always been able to remove background walls, but I just never realized it. Now I'm curious to see if I can spot in this recording where I actually made that discovery at, because it's somewhere not too far from here. Anyway, basically I had the idea of the area that I needed, so I basically started getting it all cleared out, completely emptied, free from blocks and walls. And on the outside, the farthest point from the center, or from the core of the base, I had just a big straight wall dug downwards. And then on the inside, I had to figure out what I wanted to do to transition the core part of the base to these outer wings and this other area, basically this whole new expansion phase. So I wanted to keep some of the natural features of the world, like this pyramid, for example, on the left, and as well the big snowy mountain on the right side. I wanted to keep those partially just to remember kind of what the original world had to offer, but also to include a more world connected feel for Tigaria, because I didn't want to completely remove the feeling of Terraria from the base by any means. So I felt like that kind of helped me to include to make sure that the base and Tigaria itself stayed connected with the nature of Terraria, I guess. So that's kind of what I wanted to do. But I wanted to figure out some sort of transition that allowed me to keep those big land features intact while still transitioning to the new sections of the build here. I had roughly an idea of kind of just building up a large monolith, I think. What actually was I? When did I come up with that? Da-da-da. Oh, here we go. I'm looking at my notes here, which are in that document that's uploaded with the Tigaria information and everything, in all my progress pictures that's available. But I spent a lot of time contemplating, as usual, and then I roughly drew up the layout for the custom biomes and how to organize them. And then I had the idea to basically build the large basalt monoliths on the far reaches of the base. And so that is what I'm currently clearing out this area for. Basically, to help contain and designate Tigaria itself from the rest of the world, I was going to build these large monoliths that angled inwards and sort of provided a big barrier for the outside portion of the base. So here we go on that now, and my thought was to just continue with a similar basalt stone design that I used for the 4 tall support columns in the core here of Tigaria, the ones that hold up the main frame and extend from above the storage room. So I was going to use a similar block palette, or stone palette, I guess, to create that. And I just started sketching out an outline for what I thought a cool, big, jagged monolith thing might appear like. So that was what I was going for, and it took me a little while to get a shape and size that I was kind of was happier with. And then I just spent a lot of time filling in mass blocks, basically, but not really anything technical about it. I went with simply black painted smooth marble for all of the outline here, and then I didn't want to completely fill in blocks the entire way for a few reasons. One of which being it would just take a whole ton of work and resources, but also functionality wise it would be super hard to like explore and work around if I just had this massive chunk of solid blocks sitting here. So I wanted to do an outside border that sort of contained the structure, but then the inside I just did with walls so that I could use the Rod of Discord, fly through it and around it and stuff like that. And I could also, that way, it would allow me to keep some sort of lighting smoothly or more smoothly distributed throughout the interior, so it would all be displayed. Also, I was using the what's it called, the pressurator, to place actuators, which I thought would be a good idea for something like this. But it, I had so many weird sketch lines here and there that I ended up making a pretty big mess and removing all of that. And then on top of that, I ended up deciding not to actuate any of these blocks anyway in the end. I just leave them all unactuated, so it was totally pointless using the pressurator at all in this case. Kind of funny. So obviously I'm using quite a bit of marble here for the exterior, but I also needed a bunch for interior filling. So, well, I guess I do switch out a little bit of granite here for the structure as well. The same palette, I think, or almost the same that I used is in the center. But it was quite a resource intensive on the marble and granite sides. So I did end up going through a few different worlds and collecting a bunch of marble and granite from different worlds. And I noted that it only about 2 hours on this, like, hold on. Oh, there was a weird world that I had actually. So I needed to go, collect these resources. So I went on to this older resource gathering world that I had made a while ago. And it was weird because I had progressed it into hard mode, but it somehow reverted back after some update or something probably. So it was a really weird world that had been sort of retracted back to pre-hard mode, and certain things were like filled in. Like I had a elevator dug through it, or I thought I did, but it was filled back in, or maybe the other way around. My elevator was still there, but something else was gone, or I don't remember the details. But anyway, there was this weird world that I was just mining granite and marble on. But after only a couple of hours, I got over 60,000 marble and 50,000 granite. And I think that was enough to do this entire project, actually. I don't think I've had to go since then. But that's kind of gives you an idea of the timeline that it takes to gather basically mass amounts of resources. Granted, granite and marble both are pretty easy resources to gather lots of. But even so, on the less common resources, there are plenty of tools and methods to optimize gathering and collection of basically anything in the game, with a few exceptions, I would say, which is one of the main reasons why I prefer not to ever use building tools or editors or item duplication or like resource grabbing from all items worlds, or whatever you want it. I just personally find that it adds to my own connection and experience and knowledge in general and learning if I'm actually the one to go out, get the resources, get the materials, and if putting a little bit of extra time into doing that is totally worth it to me. But anyway, After I got the outline of both monoliths done up, they're both standing there, I figured I didn't want to really go too crazy on the interior, seeing as it already would take a lot of time no matter which way I did it. But I did want to do just slightly more than solid full of non-textured marble or granite walls, either one. So I thought I came up with this simple mixture. I think all I did is smooth granite and smooth marble together. And so I start with the granite here, painting it. I think I'm actually painting it gray. Yes, I'm painting it gray, whereas later I'll be painting the marble black to blend them closely, more generally closely together. And the sort of the streaky, wavy design that I was putting in was simply meant to indicate the structural shape of the monolith and how it goes with the curve, the angle that it's leaning at. So that's, I mean, really not much to it. Just a whole bunch of walls filling in the monolith is all there is. So I initially got that granite placed in first here, so just made up those little streaky designs pretty quickly. I didn't like spend too much time finicking over the details by any means. And then that left just the rest of the area to be filled in with the marble. So it, thanks to Smart Cursor, it became pretty dang easy. Man, another thing I'll mention real quick on the topic of mass wall or block placement or breaking and the DCU is, well, actually, I'm sure I've mentioned this idea, actually. I can't remember. I may have already mentioned it more than once, to be honest. But there was somebody who I saw on, like, the Terraria forums in regard to upcoming feature ideas, where there was a suggestion to make the DCU place blocks, or have the option to place blocks as well as breaking them, which I feel like could be, or even not the DCU, but make a different mount slash device that was just the inverse of the DCU. So for projects like this, or for mountain building, or for just filling in a massive hole with dirt, whatever stuff like that, it would be made pretty dang quick and easy if there was a block placing version of the DCU, or if the DCU was capable of placing blocks as well as breaking them. So I do think that would be a really cool idea. And for stuff like this, if it also had the option of doing walls, yeah, this would have been sped up by quite a lot. Either way, it's kind of one of those big, somewhat monotonous tasks that does take time, but not as much time as I'm always afraid it's going to. Like, I feel like massive scale Minecraft builders are experts at this, but realizing that when you just start doing something and keep doing it, it's actually gonna get done. Even if it seems insanely daunting at first, if you are just kind of have your method and have your plan and you keep doing it, it's very important to keep faith in yourself and realize that it's actually not nearly as impossible as it might seem. Anyway, lots of block and lots of wall placement action. Really not a whole lot else to say. You got basically the idea here with these big monoliths. They're just big barriers to symbolize the exterior limits or boundaries, that's the word I'm looking for, of Tigaria. Now, I do add a few more details, kind of. And you'll notice that on the left-hand side here where we are now, which technically is the west side of Terraria, even though the sun rises from that side. I guess Relogic just went with the cardinal directions being north is up, south is down, west is left, east is right, rather than matching the sunrise and sunset to east and west, which is something that's always confused me in game. I've always been confused when the announcement comes that the goblins are, or the pirates or whatever, are invading from the east or the west. I always go to the wrong side because I follow the sun instead of the cardinal left and right direction. Anyway, that's kind of my own problem. Here on the left-hand side, which technically the west side, where the sun comes up, is jungle. There's a jungle biome here that I run into. And on the right-hand side, it's just kind of forest where the monolith lands. So to add just a little bit of detail and character to the monoliths, I do sort of bring that biome into the monolith. So I added little hanging ledges of dirt and grass inside the monolith in hopes that it would appear to be on the front facing side of the monolith and give it a little bit of depth visually. And then I also added a couple little flat spots just on the top and sides that had grass on them, similarly to the monoliths in the core of Tigaria, only these ones are slightly bigger and angled. So I had a little bit of a different design and opportunity for the ledges. But on the ledges, I just planted some grass on the right, or jungle grass on the left, to kind of match those biomes that they ended up near. And I also realized that having it all completely dark, well, I kind of realized this, or planned on this actually. I didn't want the whole monolith to just be black and dark and invisible. So on the above ground portions, or the portions that I wanted to portray as above ground, I just hammered out single bits of the wall randomly spread out throughout the whole top of the monolith on both of them. And that really nicely lit up the whole thing to follow the day and night cycle, I guess. And then it allowed me and the viewer to see inside the monolith. And then I went and added these little grassy features on the inside too, so that there was a little bit of front-facing depth and detail added in, which turned out pretty good, and it was fun. Just little, basically, bump out ledges on the monolith itself. I can already feel my voice starting to die here, so that's not a good sign. And unfortunately for me, this is not really a short segment. The biome creation does take a fair amount of time, so my voice is probably going to be long gone for this entire commentary, and hopefully I can keep it bearable is all. I could obviously do it in different sections and take breaks, but that sounds like it would take a lot of effort, and I'm pretty lazy, so I don't know if I'll be able to do that one or not. This little special section, I wanted to do a little pocket hollowed out, I guess, from this bumped out feature. Not that it really matters. It's just a little bit of texture and depth to add to the monolith. That's all. And then on the left-hand side, on the west-hand side, we do the same thing, but this time I used mud and jungle grass to get it themed with a adjacent jungle biome. Although I think partially I am careful though not to include so much jungle grass that it alters and creates the jungle biome further into Tigaria than I would like. Either that, or I just say screw it and allow the jungle biome to exist. It could be either way. Lots of little ledge building and little bits of jungle grass. Looks like as the grass continues to grow here, I still don't quite have the jungle biome encroaching, but then I basically hop back and forth a little bit trying to get the perfect trees, which I can't remember if I at first put like too many trees and thought it looked a little bit weird or what was going on, but in the end I come up with, I think, just kind of a medium spread of trees here and there. Maybe I did have a little too much going on the right hand side. And it does look like, as we get further and further here, that I don't end up digging down into the underground layer. I just I do all the biomes up on the surface. Anyway, I do have to take a quick little detour here because I had set up my echo crafting and demon altar crafting nearby underground, and honestly I don't know what the heck I'm doing here. I'm obviously looking for something, but I don't know why I was flying down the elevator so often. What I needed to do though is relocate my special crafting area that I had accessed only via teleporter. And so I eventually found a demon altar not too far off, just to the right side of Tigaria, and then moved my special crafting area down to there instead of where it had been because it was a little too close and I needed to build the biomes in that space. Another thing I had to consider when building the biomes, as well as, I mean, the whole base itself, is obviously demon altars, which kind of complicate things here and there because I did not want to progress this world into hard mode. I didn't want to beat the wall of flesh and still have not, so that the world can remain pre-hard mode. In case there are any mechanics or features that I want to use pre-hard mode, I have the option to do so. Because once you go into hard mode, you're not exactly going back. Unless maybe there's a weird glitch or something. Like that one world that I had for some reason. But basically, unless I had a strong reason that I needed it in hard mode, I did not want to take it into hard mode. And so instead I had basically committed to just working around the demon altars that already were in place. And luckily I was able to, I think, if I remember right, pretty much just rebuild the existing demon altars in my way as part of the corruption biome instead of and not worry about them at all. Now obviously there can be demon altars generated in other biomes randomly underground, so I do have one or two scattered about in that fashion as well, but they don't impact majorly the biomes. If I remember right, there's one in the underground jungle biome, and there may be one in the underground ice biome that and I think that may be the one that I originally had my crafting area set up at. But anyway, you'll notice I was wrong when I said that I thought that I left it all above ground, because at this point I realize that I do want a little bit more space, not only just under to drop the biomes down, but also underneath the center of Tigaria. You'll notice this part right here, I'm hollowing out a big V chasm shape that goes down and meets at a point deeper underground and below the center of Tigaria. And I kind of wanted generally just some sort of connection between the biomes and the sides of Tigaria, the left and right, underground as well as above ground, because I felt like the whole base would be lacking in cohesion if there was only like two big wings that dropped down on the either side. I suppose there are teleporters either way, so it wouldn't have necessarily been that bad, but I was able to imagine some way where I basically brought both sides of the underground portion of Tigaria down together to meet and then allow exploration in a more complete manner. I think that's also, while I was clearing the rest of this hole out, where I realized that the DCU removed background walls, so I was finally using that awesome feature on it. And then I needed to pretty much sketch out and outline the most outward perimeter for the underground barrier of Tigaria. So I just had a rough shape and idea in mind, and then just sort of sketched it out. Just some general curves and shapes, I guess, to allow for a cool looking border on the bottom side of the base. As mentioned, both left and right sides kind of just swoop downwards in this curve to meet at the very bottom. And I guess another important thing that the very bottom center was for the underworld biome. A very important biome, especially after how sort of iconic it became in Circa Terra. I wanted to definitely do the underworld justice in its creation and representation. So I wanted to have a cool spot for it and have adequate space to totally build it up. So that was where, my idea for the bottom center again. So then it did take quite some time doing the curves on the either side going up to meet the rest of the biome sections. I didn't use any special curve generator. I don't think I did anyway. For like this part right here, I just sort of eyeballed it and went with as best I could by hand, basically. But then I did want it symmetrical on both sides. So the hard part was copying it over to the other side after I had done one side, which took a little bit of time. And I didn't need the entire thing perfectly symmetrical block by block, in that I wanted to build a thick wall basically to match the outside of the base, or to create the border. But unfortunately, my recording just crashed real quick, so I got to figure out how to get this back. 3442. Okay, I got it fixed again. I don't know what that was about. Could be I'm viewing my video from an external drive, and maybe the connection came loose temporarily or something, but I don't know. I just played back the recording from before the point that it paused, and we should be good to go now. But anyway, yeah, talking about basically trying to find this symmetry here for the curve on the bottom border of Tigaria, and I did want to thicken it up, but I just kind of cared about the inside of that curve being symmetrical, not necessarily the outside. So what I was trying to say is, yeah, I spent a bunch of time getting the inside lined up as perfectly as I could, and I think it is perfect as far as I remember. And then I think it is. Although now I'm second guessing that. I don't know. It's good enough either way. If you can find an imperfection in it, let me know. Actually, don't. I don't care. But I wanted it to be visually decent, I guess, is all. So I got the curve in place, got the area now sort of starting to be enclosed on all sides. Oh yeah, there's that. I think that demon altar up there was the one that that my original crafting demon altar was. Oh, there's that demon altar there that's just barely on the outside of the barrier for the underground biomes. That's right. That's what I was. I was worried about that for a second, and actually that I think is what ended up determining the outside edge of the biomes underground. So got those basically measured out to be roughly equal based on that. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think I do. No. So on the right-hand side there, just on the outside of where I end up building all of these biomes, is where the corruption originally was in the world. And so I didn't quite end up running into it, and I just built the entire corruption artificially instead of having like demon altars and shadow orbs already included. So that is kind of a difference there. So both the Crimson and Corruption biomes were just entirely artificial, and there was just one demon altar that ended up being included, which was ended up being in the underground ice biome. But anyway, I started getting to the point where I could start sketching out and designating the chambers for each of the biomes to be built within, and also finalizing the shape of the curve, or the opening going downwards. So I decided on just a flat diagonal pretty much for this top part of the roof part of the downward sloping tunnel. Just a big flat line to designate that little cave tunnel, or whatever you want to call it. And then this kind of leaves this roughly, I guess, curved, largely this large boomerang shape kind of natural stone and land that lays beneath the core of Tigaria. And then beneath that is the statue in the center, obviously, and then the rest of the wings of the base as they slope down. Um, the big underground segments. Okay, so remember what I was saying about making each side of this underground part symmetrical? I was wrong again. I'm just filling in on the inside of the border instead of the outside. So if anything is perfectly symmetrical, it's actually the outside wall edge of this underground portion, which you can't see anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I did definitely want to add a little thickness to provide structure and separation from the natural outside cave systems and everything. So here's where a lot of granite was used, and my the one of the main reasons why I had to spend a little extra time totally excavating another world for all of the granite caves was right here. I can't remember how much granite I used for the whole thing, but it was probably, I'm guessing this whole, like, basically everything that defines the barriers and the borders between the biomes and the underground center section of Tigaria is probably 20,000-ish granite, maybe more than that, between 20 and 30,000 probably, just ballpark guessing. I guess I could go look and see how much I have in storage now, because that would probably tell me roughly if I collected 50,000 before this part of the project. I would have used probably half or most of it on it. So anyway, a lot of gray paint as well. You'll notice for stuff like this and the monoliths is just quite a lot of paint. Luckily, paint is actually super cheap in Terraria, especially if the painter is content or decently happy at all. Like I'm sure that I've used tens and tens of thousands of paint. But as far as total cost goes, I mean, it's got to be well under 100 platinum. Like, I would say, I don't know, 50 or less platinum on paint if I just kind of guess out of the blue. But basically it's very inexpensive and not doesn't affect building capabilities at all, which is very nice. I guess the only thing from the painter that is more costly could be the coating. So you have like illuminant and echo coating, and that stuff does cost quite a bit more. Shadow paint, that's more expensive. But that's all stuff that, at least in the projects that I've so far done, has not been used as mass fill or building material, so, or color, I guess. So I haven't needed to buy thousands upon thousands of that, which is just fine by me. I had that bright green painted marble block you saw there. Is this basically a big L that I put down, and the purpose of that was for me to take progress pictures of the build of the base, and that was one of the outside corners that I had marked so that I could get the frame pinned in the same location consistently. But that was long before the full expansion of underground sections right here, so I ended up having to get that out of the way. I do get a few dirt bombs out and use that just to sort of fill in chunk mud, dirt spattering on the bottom side of the curve to make sure that that's filled in. And then it's on to sort of the interior straight line sections, barriers that actually separate the biomes themselves. I wanted them to be robust, so it looks, I forget, is it 6? I think I did 6 block thick barriers. Is that right? And one of the main reasons why it had to be, well, it wouldn't have to be quite this thick, but 4 at least, to prevent biome spread between the corrupt and crimson and hallow biomes to anywhere else. So just to make sure that everything was easily isolated, being as I was working with biomes, I did go ahead and opt for the full thicker walls, thicker separation sections, I guess. Man, looking at it now, I'm wondering if I did use a little more granite than I was estimating. It might have been 30, 40,000, I don't know. But it was a fair amount, I guess, is all. And then on the corners, I didn't really want just straight, sharp, square corners. I wanted a little bit of an organic feel to it, being as they were to contain biomes. And so I added these little curved curvature, I guess, on all the corners. I curved the corners. That's what I'm trying to say, but for some reason I'm making it way more complicated than it is. Effectively turning each of the vertical barriers into pillars and melding them into the top and bottom with the curve, which the underground and all of the lower parts are just going to be buried under blocks in the underground parts of the biomes. But the only place that you'll actually see those curved corners is the very top, on the top corners of the surface biomes. And I was pretty content with that being the layout for biome separation. So then I went over to copy that onto the left side here. Just thicken up the floor to start with, and then again just move up to the vertical barriers and the pillars basically, and add those curved corners in. And then, at least on the vertical sections, you'll notice on the horizontal pieces here that I'm putting down now, it's all just completely flat and straight. But on the vertical sections, I do add just a little bit of variation, waviness or thickness changes in the wall. So they're, again, just slightly organic and not totally strict. I felt like that would be the better option for making biomes feel a little bit more lively. Man, now that I just noticed something funny in the time lapse here. It's weird watching the character's block, the character's hand with the block in it as it places throughout the time lapse. It looks like he's almost just like holding with the granite block, it looks like a ninja star or a shuriken that he's just throwing above his head. But it's weird how each frame, the block seems to sort of move back and forth up above his head. It must just be the timing of of speed that I selected and everything. But oh, now I'm wondering, maybe I was wrong about making little waves in the vertical portions of the barriers. They look pretty straight to me there. But anyway, back to some dirt bombing. One of the few times that I've used dirt bombs, but I have messed around with them just a little bit. And interestingly, I actually I discovered, and I don't think this has been changed since then, but it takes less dirt to craft a dirt bomb than the dirt bomb produces, which is the why dirt became a renewable resource, if I remember right, or the way that I was thinking about it. Additionally, using dirt, you can craft mud now, so you can make mud renewably using dirt bombs, which is kind of funny. But in general, you do have to be a little bit strategic about it, because if you throw a dirt bomb down a little hole, the bomb will go off and fill the hole, but you won't get a lot of dirt because most of the blocks around the hole are already filled. Interestingly as well, the explosion doesn't go through tiles. So if you were to just like enclose the dirt bomb in a 2x2 square, say, with blocks, with a little border of blocks around it, if I understand it correctly, and if it hasn't changed, the explosion will only fill inside the 2x2 hole, even though if the bomb were thrown out in the open, it would fill a lot more than that, obviously. It's just the radius of a regular bomb explosion. So, given enough space, you can use the dirt bombs to duplicate dirt with. Not that that really is too big of a deal, because it's dirt, and if you need more dirt, it's much, much easier just to grab some well, really any explosive or any fast pickaxe and just go mine dirt wherever you want. It's really not that much to it, but still something that's interesting, that dirt is technically a renewable resource, I guess, is what I find kind of fun to know, at least. But anyway, dirt bombs, they definitely can be useful. I guess it goes kind of along with that idea of the DCU being able to place blocks as well as break them. The dirt bombs are kind of the only tool in that direction that we have right now, and they're not really super effective, although they are definitely more effective than just placing a bunch of dirt by hand when you have a large area, a large volume to place, and you don't need to be particularly neat or tidy or precise with it. Dirt bombs, they've got their use. So the most inward biome here is this little sort of oddly shaped what's the word? Why did I just forget it? Box. It's a different word for box. Enclosement. I can't remember. But anyway, this section for the inwardmost biome, there's one on either side that's not just strictly rectangular shaped, and it's a little smaller than the rest of the biomes. And I had just ended up having that differently shaped section, and on the left hand side I was easily able to use it for the mushroom biome in the end. And then on the right hand side I had marble and granite caves kind of sharing that part of the biome, or that section. And then in the very bottom center, as mentioned earlier, that was reserved for the underworld. And so I got that designated there. And then I did take just a brief detour here. I jumped into the statue room because I thought that the painting on the collapsed bricks... actually, wait a second. I think I had just straight up forgotten to paint the collapsed brick underneath Tigitar's foot. Because at first I had all those bricks much darker, and I realized that with the darkness of the room, I could definitely afford to make them lighter. So I did that for the side walls and the pillars going up the sides, but I must have forgotten it for the crumbling brick chunk, and I didn't realize it until then. But after that, basically all of the sections were designated, and it was time to start actually filling in the biomes. So starting on the left, I decided to get going on the jungle. So this is the surface jungle, and my process was basically the same for all of the biomes. I outlined where I wanted the surface of the contour of the surface to be, and then I outlined caves and features in the ground that I wanted. So I had sort of the shape all there, and then I took the relevant blocks and block types and filled in accordingly. Then once I had all the block mass, all the ground filled in itself, the process moved to like landscaping, I guess. So filling in pools and ponds, adding different smaller features of the land, hammering some blocks, adding in the walls. That's a kind of a big step, I guess. Growing trees came pretty quick, and then continued refining and adding details as I went. So basically just starting large features and then moving down smaller and smaller until finally I get to decoration and small structure building and plant placing and stuff, and get the rubble maker out and all that. I guess one cool thing for the biomes is I realized I wanted them to be augmented mini biomes. I didn't just want to restrict myself to only naturally generated features and objects. So I wanted to include little bits here and there that sort of fit the theme of the biome to me, but also added a little bit more color or texture and just atmosphere here and there. So this little bridge over this pond would be that. I put a couple little features underground in the little surface cave, and some little like ruined log structures or something in the swamp over here with the bamboo. It's like just some weird jungly themed structures or ruined structures and stuff like that. But then I also wanted to include sufficient lighting in each of the biomes. So luckily, every biome has at least one uniquely themed furniture set, if not more, and so there are plenty of lights to choose from for placing and fully lighting up the biome, whether it's day or night. Now I did want to kind of have that part be optional, so what I ended up with in every biome was hiding a big lever somewhere in the biome, and the lever was what turned on and off the lights. So upon entry, all of the lights on all the biomes should be turned off. But then as a player explores the biome and sees the little details and stuff, they'll find the switch and they can turn the lights on. It sounded cool and exciting when I had the idea and built it, but now after describing it, it sounds really lame and useless. But nonetheless, that's how it is. That's basically, though, my idea was augmented biomes. So not only would they display most, if not all, of the natural features that I could present, but they would also include little augmentations to fit the feel here and there. So I got just about finished up there with the jungle, just getting the final details added in with plants and features from the Rebel Maker, and then just little bits of furnishing from my on the structures that I added. And that's when I realized, hold up, I need a minecart track. So as I've mentioned in the past, I wanted to have an explorable or rideable minecart rail that tours Tigaria, basically. And I realized if I wanted to have any sort of tour of the biomes, I'm going to have to start planning that and implementing that from very early on. And so I realized as I build each biome, I would need to also build in the minecart rail system at the same time. And that way everything would fit together and go. So that was another main, I guess, a design hurdle or a main important feature to work into each of the biomes. So I had to make sure that I had that included. And so I went back as I had just been finishing up the surface jungle and basically routed a little tunnel underneath the surface for the minecart to go. And I wanted it to be as have as little disruption as possible to exploring the natural biome. But as you can see here, it was quite disruptive in terms of the total layout of the cave and biome that I had initially planned on building for exploration. So as time goes on, I came to the realization that not only adding these jumps to sort of break up the minecart rail to make it a little bit less disruptive, I could actually add actuated blocks that hid the minecart rail normally, but as you went to ride it, the blocks would disappear and allow you to continue the track, allowing for both riding of the minecart and exploring by foot without having as much of the foot exploration sort of intruded by the minecart that cuts through the whole biome. But I don't come up with that idea fully for a few more biomes, I think. After the surface jungle, I wanted to move down to the underground, and I start with sketching out the larger of the included features that I wanted. Oh, actually, there is a demon altar still in the jungle, so I was right about that. Not only was there one right on the outside, but there's also one in the jungle, which doesn't hurt anything. Just adds a cool little pink or purple glow. But anyway, the lizard temple and the beehive are both mini, or, well, they're kind of mini biomes, technically. I mean, honestly, I would count the lizard temple to be just about its own full biome by most metrics. But anyway, both things that I didn't want to build an entire section for, obviously, but I wanted them to be included nonetheless, and they are included in the underground jungle. So I made sure that I had space for those features and mini structures or mini biomes. And then I went about with sketching out the layout for the jungle caves, and as mentioned, now I'm building the biome with the intention of having the minecart rail from the start. So that's a big part of integrating or a big part of laying out the caves and the biome is integrating the minecart system into it. And of course, that did come with challenges and struggles throughout the whole process, but overall, I was able to persevere and come up with a cool product that allows that track to run continuously through everything. And as jungle creation commences, I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to go use the bathroom. So enjoy the tunes and enjoy the jungle growing. What? I still haven't finished the jungle? Well, anyway, I'm back. Looks like I just finished the little living mahogany tree, another important feature of the jungle. The main difference, though, I did choose to fully actuate it here because I didn't want it to impede exploration as much as it otherwise would. So I did choose to keep it fully actuated. And now that I just happened to glance at it, I saw that the demon altar sitting there actually fits kind of well in the jungle because its glow is not that far off from the Plantera's bulb. So it actually kind of fits kind of good in the jungle, and I didn't fully realize that until right now. But I do like that actually. As a standard part of the underground sections, I wanted to include at least one, if not maybe one or two, what's it called? Underground abandoned houses. So I had that kind of laid out, outlined where I wanted that to be. And then added in a few water features here and there. And being the underground jungle, I also did include a couple of jungle shrines. So those are in there, good to go. And then my miniature lizard temple, I also went ahead and filled in and just put some minimal features in. Then I guess another important thing is how many more types of blocks and resources, namely ores, you find underground, which, to be fair, you can find plenty of ore in copper, tin, iron, and or lead, all like at the surface level. But underground, obviously, there's a lot more of that. You have gems, ores of all kinds, and so I had a lot more texture and color options to include with the underground block mass, as opposed to the surface, I guess. Importantly, I did need to add in the traps in the lizard temple, most of which are could have been naturally generated, but some of them are shaped a little differently or oriented a little differently. Still plenty deadly though. And then I was talking about for the lever that speaking of making the traps deadly, but the lever that turns on and off the biome lights for the jungle, I ended up including it there in the lizard temple. So in order to actually get in and turn the lights on and off for the jungle, you have to explore through the lizard temple, which technically is possible just with like the base character. Also, my door is shaking because one of the cats is wanting to get in. So I apologize for that background noise. I should probably go let him outside or something. If it gets bad, I'll have to do that. But anyway, yeah, I think getting to the light switch in the temple is technically possible, but very difficult. Oh, right. There's also a little actuated door that I hooked up in the temple there. Just this little tiny secret room that you could get into and explore if you find that switch and turn it on. Oh, and there come the lights. So now it's much easier to see kind of what's going on. And then hook those up to the rest of the lights in the rest of the jungle, which, man, for the jungle, you have a lot of lighting options. Well, how many are there? I mean, there's the lizard furniture specifically, and then there's also the honey furniture specifically, so that kind of covers those pretty well. You have the special emerald torches or green torches that generate with the shrines. And then you have either mahogany furniture or oh, actually, hold on. I was thinking living mahogany too, but no, there's no living mahogany furniture. It's just, oh, it's bamboo. That's another jungle themed furniture set. So there's a lot of furniture themed around the jungle, which is cool. That in addition to just the regular like copper or gold chandeliers that you find in the underground houses. So I include, I think that's a copper one here in this house. And actually, now that I'm looking at it, I do include living wood lamps there. So there's definitely a lot of different furnitures between the bamboo, the living wood, the mahogany, the lizard, the honey. There's 5 different sets just right there. So yeah, lots of different lights, which is fun. Oh, and then so I finally get back to this this little bridge that I had going on, which is also part of the minecart rail system. I needed to figure out how to furnish that a little bit, not make it super out of place or anything, but just augment the biome with it, not necessarily intrude on the biome, I guess. Walls and textures and colors, and then a little bits of furniture here and there. I guess the bridge I do expand on quite a bit, as well as putting some of the larger potted trees here and there as well. So the jungle definitely is pretty full, I guess. Moving on to the smaller plant details, we got the sky blue flowers, the night glow, and the that was just called moon glow, not night glow. Moon glow. Plant those all around, and actually those naturally grow as well over time, so it gets to be quite a few of them. The only, or the main thing that I'm missing in the underground here would be the jungle spores. I didn't build this deep enough. It's only barely in the underground portion of the world, right? It's just below surface. That jungle spores don't spawn that high up. So unfortunately I don't have any jungle spores. And I also don't have the jungle spikes. I don't think I do. I do have wooden spikes in the lizard temple, which I manually placed, but those are just a couple of the naturally generated things that I don't have in the jungle. Actually, maybe there are spikes. Because I'm looking at the map as I'm pulling that up to look at the shape that I'm building, and I do see that there are jungle spikes right below this. So I don't know if those are included or not. Nonetheless, we move on to the underground desert, which I try to sketch out and map out with the in the image of the natural underground desert. So I just have this sort of unique cave structure system that the underground desert takes. Try to mimic that while still producing something fun to explore. So I guess that is the main thing you'll probably notice difference-wise between the natural biomes and my augmented biomes is they're all guaranteed to be, fully explorable, which might lead them to be, on average, more open feeling than the natural versions. But that overall, it still was more than able to you know, build the original feel of the biome in more than anything. But so I got the structure for the desert caves, and then shortly after that, again, I get the minecart rail laid out, so I get that path in place, figure out where that's going to go, test it to make sure that it rides, and then go ahead and start the process on filling in the blocks and trying to mimic the actual biome. Here's where I started to consider how to travel by foot up and down between the biomes. And so I think what I wanted was 2 different entry and exit points or travel points between each of the biomes and their upper or lower respective partners. And so for one section, I wanted to do the pyramid entrance, which would work out pretty easily. However, I did have the minecart here, and so I needed to figure out how to get that continuing through. And it must be somewhere right around here that I realized that I can do actuation and briefly disable or actuate blocks and then allow a minecart to jump through and pass, and then reactuate the blocks so that, actuate and reactuate, make the blocks go back to the foreground so that they hide the track. Definitely ended up using that here in the temple or the pyramid so that it hides the track in there. The other part of the entry between the desert and the underground desert is this little what are they called? Hold on, I have this written down. Not the ant hill ones. Oh, chambers. That's right. The chambers desert entrance. So I actually looked up on the wiki, what different desert entrances there are, and I picked this one because I thought it was the most interesting and the coolest. So I wanted to go ahead and generate a world with chambers on it, so that I would have an example to build off of. There is a picture on the wiki, but I wanted to find my own example instead. So I start making worlds and hoping to find the chambered entrance to the desert here. And there's nothing on the wiki that states that different desert entrances are weighted differently or anything like that. So I assumed it would probably be about the same. And as I have noted, the wiki indicated that it was basically a 1 in 8 chance. There are 8 different entrance possibilities for surface deserts. However, I spent 58 worlds until I found this generation. I found it on the 58th world that I generated, which, yes, seems like a lot. And I calculated what the odds are of rolling a 1 basically on 58 rolls in a row on an 8-sided dice. Or no, sorry, of not rolling a 1 or whatever it is. If the odds are 1 in 8 that every attempt I would get it, and it took me 58 attempts to actually generate the world, that seemed super unlikely to me. The odds of that happening are 0.0505, which is basically indicates it's statistically unlikely that all of the desert entrances are actually weighted equally. But it by no means impossible. But definitely took me a long time to get this dang chambered entrance, and it wasn't even part of the world or anything. It was just sort of a side example that I sent out on a quest to find, and eventually did, but it took me a long time. So anyway, after finally finding that, I continued on with the desert creation and was able to mimic a little chambered desert entrance. And then I also built this little, as you saw earlier, sort of desert hole in the surface, and then put some old desert ruined structures in there, to as part of the minecart track as well, but also as something just interesting to explore. And then here's where I finally realized that I could start looking into actuation to hide the minecart trail track in there, and so I start prototyping that idea. And then in the underground is where I have the mini treasure room built for the pyramid, which I did change a bit. I didn't have quite enough space to build the full regular naturally generated treasure room, or whatever you want to call it, but I built a little custom one, which turned out pretty cool. I needed to include the oasis as well as an important part of the surface desert. So between those features, the pyramid, the oasis, and the chambered entrance, underground entrance here. Oh yeah, here's the little underground treasure room for the pyramid. Oh yeah, I guess I. Wait a second. Oh no, I do. So I include a miniature version of the actual treasure room, but then I also included a little custom secret fancy treasure room next to it, and I think that opens upon actuating or upon turning on the lights in the desert underground, I'm guessing. Anyway, as I was beginning to say, even biomes like the desert easily became fully fleshed out and filled and busy and exciting, with pretty minimal amounts of augmentation. Like I had this little desert ruin build in there in this little hole, but other than that, just building the natural features of the desert took up quite a lot of space and made it feel like a cool desert to explore, which I really liked. So overall, I didn't ever run into issues where I felt like a biome was too bland or boring, even with very minimal amounts of augmentation built onto it, which I guess partially just speaks to the quality of Terraria as a whole, its biome design and color, and just the fullness and the fullness that each biome has, I guess, or holds. That being said, there are definitely areas where you could argue things are lacking. Like, I guess actually the desert would be an example, in that it's kind of weird to me how it doesn't have a boss associated with it. I feel like that's definitely something that could be added and no one would complain about. A desert boss would be pretty sweet. There is like the mini boss of the desert spirit. Wait, is that no, not the desert spirit. The what's her name? The lady who summons sandstorms and tornadoes. There's the frost giant. Wait, is it frost giant or frost golem? Oh my gosh! Wow, why can I not think of this? Oh, it's an ice golem. It's an ice golem and a sand elemental, right? Yes, sand elemental. That's what it is. Okay. And the desert spirits are different. They're the Jinn enemies in the underground hard mode deserts. Actually, underground hard mode corrupt or crimson deserts, if I'm more specific and correct about that. I did want to build in a little dock and shelter thing here on the oasis pond, which turned out kind of cool. And then you'll notice as I go throughout these biomes, I often hop back to previous biomes and realize something that I wanted to include or wanted to now add, and something that I forgot to do or something like that. So there's a lot of those. Like, I think I was just jumping back to hide some pots here and there on in the surface jungle, little decorations on the bridge that I had there and stuff like that. Okay, and then I start. Do I start? Sometime I start testing out how I'm gonna get the minecart to work with actuation and everything. But it looks like I'm on to now continuing with the underground desert. I got kind of distracted by the surface desert, ended up completing that in full, and then got back to the underground desert where I start putting ores and stuff underneath, but also big chunks of the desert fossil, which you find naturally. So that was another important piece to build back in. It's kind of weird. Well, so in general, I model things off of the actual biome. Oh man, why am I yawning? So I look at the mini map and look at the actual biome and then fill in roughly based on that and try to get close to it. But overall, you'll definitely notice there is a definite difference between my biomes and the real biomes. Everything's a little bit smoother and cleaner and not as ragged or rough around the edges, which I guess I'm kind of okay with, but is definitely distinct if you look at it there. So I notice it especially with the veins of ore that I include. They're all very smooth and blob shaped, and similarly sized, rather than the natural ore veins that you find, which sometimes are just a couple of pieces and they're kind of oblong or harshly shaped. They'll just be like a little spike of ore or something like that instead of a nice little blob. So that's one thing that makes me feel different. A difference that I notice a lot. But also, it's gonna look different regardless when I pull up the map, because every block was placed by me and is thus fully lit on the map. So on map view, it looks weird because everything is fully lit with full bright, basically. And so I'm not used to looking at a map of the caves underground or even the surface and having every block fully lit and displayed, as if using a map viewer tool. So that's one weird difference for me, for sure. But needed to do some inventory cleanup, and then came back to continue basically after general biome structure was in and the minecart was laid out. It was down to adding all of the details and structure, like natural structures and different things I needed to include. I did a little bit different with the underground house there in the desert. Normally they don't generate with fossil walls at all, but I felt like it would add to the feel a little bit, and so I included those as a little bonus. Figured out where to put the little light switch at and got that built in there. Just a handful of little ruined structures and abandoned camp features or whatever, stuff that felt like it would fit in the desert is all. A lot of the rubble maker placed furniture works really well in many cases, but especially in these underground settings, like the little tent and the little rope on a big stake. That feels really cool, especially to put on these little hanging platform kind of things, which I built so that it would allow for full exploration of the biome, even without any mobility accessories. So that's why all those little augmentations are in place like they are, so that even a brand new unaccessorized character can hop around, climb ropes, and explore. Ho ho ho! Looks like it got some of the rolling cacti out and the antlion larva as well. It's very interesting that you can craft antlion larva actually. And then at this point I had to start being careful about breaking stuff. I'm very fortunate to have the guide to world peace or whatever the heck it's called, the book that I have in my inventory right below my nebula ham axe. I don't remember the name of it now, but you know the one I'm talking about. Makes it so that you don't break natural plant features by swinging your weapons or tools. Unfortunately, that doesn't apply to the rolling cacti or the antlion larva, I believe, because those are not actually technically plants or natural features. They are actually traps, which means that no matter what you do, if you hit them with a tool or a weapon, the game probably just accepts that you're trying to disable or trigger the trap from a distance, and so it'll start rolling. Like if you shoot a cactus with a musket, it's going to start rolling, whether you have a book or not. That's a quote that only makes sense in Terraria. Still, I'm hopping back and forth into other parts of the biome to fill stuff in at. And here is where I have to test and make sure that all my jumps are explorable with no mobility accessories. I think what I realized is pots don't actually grow plants if they're placed below in the underground layer or below, which I didn't realize before this. But yeah, if you place pots, they won't naturally sprout their flowers if they are underground. That only happens above surface level. So in all of my underground placed pots, I had to go back and plant flower seeds here and there. And then I moved on to the crimson. And the crimson definitely wanted to spend a little bit of time planning out how to match the surface with the underground portion, which honestly, I mean, is pretty easy and it makes a lot of sense, but it's still extra, what am I trying to say? extra obvious the connection between the surface and the underground crimson, I guess, because I wanted to build a big crimson heart cavern underground, which generates from the entrance at the surface and all that, you know. So there's an easy connection there for me to go off of building surface to underground. And then not only that, though, I wanted to include a little bit of Crimson Desert as well, which I was able to easily implement coming off of the desert side on the left. So got a little bit of Crimson Desert in there and got it good to go. Now the only thing that I was kind of going to end up missing as far as biome overlap and mini biome inclusion, or whatever you want to call it, there's an important crossover biome between both Crimson Corruption and Hallow as well, where you combine them with ice and some unique things happen. So I wanted to get Crimson / Corruption / Hallowed ice biomes included, or at least symbolized, if that makes sense. So for the importantly, basically the only block difference would be the ice, the purple, red, or pink ice blocks. So those I could easily add if I just add a short or small little underground portion in the underground sections of these corrupt biomes. And so that's what I end up doing, is I put some snow in a little section of the underground so that I can include the ice blocks, as well as give a nod to that specific crossover part of the biome. But on the other hand, we do have the desert, so we have corrupt, crimson, and hallowed deserts, which all I wanted to include at least a little bit, and those have both surface and underground variations that can be important. The surface crimson, so the surface crimson snow biome doesn't really spawn anything special, whereas the surface crimson desert does spawn the corrupt, or the crimson mummies, and the special sandstorm crimson enemies and stuff like that. So I felt like I wanted to have that included, whereas the surface snow variants I wasn't too concerned about. The underground, however, I did want. So when it boiled down to it at the end of everything, I wanted a little bit of surface desert in all variations, but I didn't necessarily care for surface snow in all variations. But I did want underground desert in all variations, as well as underground snow or ice in all of those variations. So I was able to do that by just including a little bit of desert, both above and underground, but then a little bit of snow only underground for all of these biomes, for the corruption, the crimson, and the hallow. And I was able to basically meld or blend that in using the adjacent biomes. I think I'd do that with the underground crimson here. Wait a second. Now I'm watching myself and realizing that I'm just putting a bunch of crimstone down. No, oh yeah, here's the sand. Okay. So I did attempt to make a little bit of a crimson desert underground as well. So yeah, I was right. Anyway, you'll see as it all gets filled in and built, but yeah, I wanted to include those variations on the biomes, which was pretty important to me. So that's a big part of what I planned to lay out as things went. Oh, that's right. Oh. So actually what I did, dang, I'm a genius actually. Wow. So I overlaid the Crimson Cave, the heart cavern or whatever you want to call it that generates crimson hearts. I overlaid that in front of the Crimson Desert biome. So that's why there's still prominent tendrils of pathways and caverns of the Crimson Stone itself. That's what I did. Okay, yeah. And then there's, of course, a little section of outside, like, natural Crimson Cave that I wanted to include. And then this little sliver of, or slice of the Crimson Ice that I also wanted to get in place. Once again, I'm kind of going along with the minecart in mind first, trying to get a path designated for that thing. And I did have, I don't remember if by this point I did or not, but I came up with my general idea of through which biomes the minecart track would go in what order, basically. So what I had is generally entering from the top right biome from where we're sitting now. Let's say that, which in the end is going to be the surface corruption biome. But as it enters that biome from the right, it's going to fall down and transfer to the underground corruption biome, where it will then go through the crimson and then the desert and then into the underground jungle. It took me a while to picture all that in my mind. And then from the underground jungle, it goes up and then back towards the right through the desert and then into the crimson and then into the corruption. However, from there, it needed to go underground and work its way down to the very bottom of Tigaria, where the underworld was going to be. So I needed to drop it down again through the corruption, the surface corruption to the underground, and then from there it would continue inwards through the mushroom biome and then eventually down to the underworld. So that was my whole idea behind the path of travel. And so I kind of, basically that gave me the direction in each biome section that I was going to need to be taking. So, because obviously with jumps and gaps and all these weird features, I was not going to be able to have the minecart track be reversible. It is a one-way ride. And here's the little bit of crimson ice. So got the pink ice blocks, or sorry, the red ice blocks actually fit in there. And then I guess I do only have one single crimson heart included here. Is there one? I think there's only one. And for that, I just use Crimtane ore because it has the red glow to it. And I just basically built it in a little blob to hopefully represent an actual crimson heart. Unfortunately, that and shadow orbs are things that I was and am unable to reproduce and place manually. So that stuff is I'm kind of limited on that. I decided for the water feature for the underground crimson, I would just fill one of the little tendrils with, and then start thinking about little augmentations and details that I would be able to add in. So I wanted, like, the whole cavern itself felt pretty empty and barren. So I wanted to add a little something, and I just grabbed a bunch of flesh stuff and tried to throw a little something down. It definitely was kind of tricky though, building something in the crimson that felt like it fit the theme. Like, normally, how do you spice up a massive open crimson heart cavern? I mean, naturally it's just that big plain cavern and there's nothing in there. So it was kind of tricky to come up with something that gave it a little bit of character but didn't make it feel too far off from the actual crimson. But I had some fun walking that line and trying to find that. As usual, I needed to be sure and include the regular underground traps here and there. So, oh yeah, I did add this fun little dart trap on the minecart, where the minecart triggered the dart trap, but you didn't actually get hit by it. You duck underneath the dart and then jump over the trap itself, the dart trap, which is kind of fun. And got some bones out with the bone wand. Surprisingly, the crimson doesn't really have any giant skeleton features or skeletal remains or big bones laying around, but I feel like other than in like the world background when you're exploring the surface, it shows some big hunking skeletons, which I've seen a couple of people on Reddit build a big, bone skeletons, like a big dragon head or something, and they're really cool, really cool. I feel like the Crimson could definitely handle a few smaller scale, like bones remains that naturally generate. That could be kind of cool. But definitely something easy for me to try to add in to fit the theme of the crimson. Back up on the surface. Again, I struggled a little bit to find things that I could include that didn't feel super out of place. Like it's hard to match just like a land of death, basically, where everything is supposed to just get devoured, so nothing is left except for the rotting trees or cacti. But I did try to add just minimalistic platforms and out of the ebon, no, not the ebon, the shade wood and stuff like that. An old little like crimsified shack here on the water. Yeah, really just sparse furnishing and weird creepy feeling, I guess, but overall it seemed to work out all right, and I moved on from there to the corruption. Obviously, the corruption is quite easy in terms of how it's going to connect with the underground corruption, similarly to the crimson, only even more pronounced with the chasms. I was able to get those sketched out right away, and then just go from there. Figure out a few little natural cubbies and holes to include, and then figure out how to do this minecart track up. So as mentioned, basically I had to have this track coming from the left, and I had to have it drop the rider down into the lower section. And I had to have the track from the right doing the opposite, where it or doing the same thing but in the opposite direction. And then obviously you would have to land in different places so that you would go different directions. So I ended up using two of the central chasms as the drop down pathways for the minecart, and it worked out really well. I was able to build this sort of ruined or broken track that just drops you down the chasm, and then you land where you're supposed to continue the ride from in either direction. So it worked out really cool, and it turned out to be a really neat way to do the minecart track, actually. So overall, yeah, I was pretty happy with it. Did end up with a bit of a funky shape going on the right hand side here. I kind of like squoze in the minecart track underneath this shorter chasm there, on the right hand side, but not the furthest right hand side. And then just ended up with kind of this big zigzag to get elevation back up to the surface there, where you would just immediately be dropped down the next chasm. So a little bit convoluted, I guess, as far as the minecart track goes, but it worked out pretty good. And then another cool feature that I ended up with for the corruption here is this space that I'm standing in right here. I started looking at it and I was like, man, what can I do with this? And so I had the idea to go ahead and build in a big ebonstone version of the gloom statue. And so I got that basically built in by hand here and then filled in. So this is kind of a cool special feature of the corruption here. And then underground, inversely, I had a similar, well, I guess I didn't have a similar area open, but I decided to mirror that space, and instead of doing a gloom statue, I did the corrupt statue, which is like the statue of the eater of souls, and that worked out pretty cool for the underground portion there. I tried my best to include the random bits of broken up ebonstone with holes in it here and there, as is naturally generated. So that did turn out pretty decent, I'd say. As far as like natural terrain generation, I'd say that the corruption came out moderately close to like looking fairly natural. The scale is still kind of off. It's a little bit compact and tightly uniform, I guess, as far as the chasms go. But overall, yeah, not too bad. Filled in behind the gloom statue, and yeah, that whole statue actually is just hidden in the dark, I believe. It's kind of a secret part of the world, I guess. Unless I put lights in there, which I'm trying to remember now if I did. I don't think I put lights in there, but you can see just a little bit of light seeps through from the top and sides. So you can see it just a little bit, or you can at least get a hint that it's there. And then, oh yeah, so I remembered that I wanted a little bit of corrupt desert included, so I switched out some of that some of that dirt for ebon sand. I wanted a couple of corrupt cacti to grow in. Added some water because I needed water features. Still waiting on these cacti to grow. I start growing the corrupt oasis plants instead, so I take the water out because I'm trying to grow cacti instead. And then while I'm waiting on all that, I went ahead and jumped down and got started on the underground portion. So immediately start by laying out the caves, the underground corrupt, what is it called actually? I would say like I guess it's a horizontal chasm is what it is, but that means it's not really a chasm. It's where the corrupt chasms meet. There's got to be a name for it. The connecting tunnel-like cave that goes underground in the corruption. And then it obviously leads to a few shadow orbs. So I built spaces for those and added in the angled slice of underground corrupt snow or ice, and then got my little chunk hollowed out for my statue build later on, and then I needed to sketch out a few little ice cave shapes, so got those kind of figured out. And then I did have this upper left corner here, kind of just some open room to play with. So I needed to figure out how to get that filled in. And also that was where the minecart track was going through. And so I ended up coming up with a little bit of an idea to include some like stone features of ebon stone where the corruptor jaw or what are the like corruptor mandibles kind of reaching down made out of ebon stone, just as something to be kind of cool, I guess. And then on the right hand part of the biome I needed to include the corrupt underground desert. And so I got a short, a small little section of those caves built in here. Got generally lined up with my my cave outline, and periodically I do like to take a glance at the larger picture and look at the map and see what things are going on. And then I think well, I know that I ended up putting the switch for the underground crimson here up in the upper right corner section where that little hooky cave shape is. I don't know that I realized that at this point that that's what I wanted to do, but here's that little corrupt statue creation that I was talking about. I just built it upside down, instead, because I felt like it fit the I don't know. I felt like it would be cooler hanging from the roof instead of upright in that situation. Oh, here's a little more detail to that little either of souls. Um, it's not a statue, but it's kind of a statue feature. I don't know whatever you want to call it. I used just copper and silver ore to make its big eyeball there, which was kind of a fun idea. Get some ebon sand to fill in the rest of the volume around the corrupt desert section here underground. In some ways, it's a little surprising how capable the character is of building even just big amounts of blocks, and like basically just terraforming is all this whole part of the Tigaria is. It's just building custom biomes. You're just placing dirt and ground everywhere. But even with the limited reach of the character, I had very few issues doing what I needed to do, just by being a little bit creative in the order in which and the direction in which I filled in spaces, using the Rod of Discord, of course, or actually I did have the Rod of Harmony by now, so that helps. But being able to teleport out of holes or into them and then fill in as needed really wasn't too bad. That on top of like the of course the baseline building accessories, you have to increase your reach for block placement. I didn't have any complaints really. We're into the hammering section. I feel like one of the main steps that allows my man-made placed terrain to resemble the natural terrain a little bit more is the hammering. And not hammering of every block or not sloping of every block, but just adding some degree of randomness to it. Really feels like it almost is entirely responsible for like any amount of natural feeling that these artificial caves or land structures actually have. But it does take quite a bit of time, I guess. One of the more time intensive steps of making these mini biomes is hammering and sloping and smoothing the blocks themselves. But it feels like after you get that done, things really start to go pretty quick. You can get all the walls decided on and filled in, and go from there pretty easy. I've also came to the realization, kind of again, 4 biomes later, that in the underground desert, it might help a bit to break up the background wall. And so I brought over some hardened sandstone walls, I believe, just to kind of break up the regular sandstone walls, which if I remember correctly, the natural underground desert has almost entirely those walls, except for behind the blocks. So in the wall volume parts of the underground desert, they have placed the game generates hardened sand walls instead of the sandstone walls. So naturally, all of the caves that are revealed do actually just have completely filled straight sandstone walls, but I found that it helped a little bit to break up the texture, and it felt more natural to me to actually break it up with hardened sand walls as well. So I did go back and do that, and then I think I did the same thing in like the underground corrupt and crimson desert parts. Figured out some way to allow for traversability between upper and lower corruptions. So I dropped a big chain down the one of the chasms here, which worked out pretty decent. Figured out where to put my switch in the under or on the surface, as well as the underground corruptions, I guess. And then I also went back and I was able to once again fill in the water feature that I wanted here in the in the corruption, after I had at least one corrupt cactus growing, because I did want at least one of those to be included to show off. And then I let some oasis plants grow back again on the sand there. Coming back through and adding miscellaneous corrupt themed features everywhere that I can. Get some of the plants that are suitable to be placed in. So we got the mushrooms, obviously can kind of fit in basically any biome actually. The mushrooms are super nice. The green, teal mushrooms. I feel like there are more mushrooms than that, but there actually aren't. I mean, there are the biome mushrooms, so you have the regular, and then you also have vicious mushrooms and vile mushrooms. So I guess those are the unique ones. But those ones you cannot place as so. You can only harvest into material, non-placeable material. So I was a little bit limited on that, or we are a little bit limited on that anywhere. But either way, just with the green and the teal mushrooms, they can fit in almost any spot and add a little bit of color that you need. I feel like they're super versatile furniture touch-ups plants. Got similarly, but more themed to underground would be like the orange bloodroot. You can throw that thing in just about any cave and it looks cool. So got some of that thrown in, and then just a bunch of deathweed planted around here and there. I think there are some of those vile mushrooms growing naturally, which is good. I wanted that. And just a few other pieces of little corrupt scraps and here and there that felt like they could fit in the biome itself. Planking up the walls for the underground houses, both in the corruption and the crimson. And then that basically covered the initial 8, the main chunks or main biomes on the left hand side there. And after that I jumped right over to the right side and started at the far end in the underground. And unlike the lizard temple, I did decide to designate an entire biome section to the to the what's called the dungeon. I don't know why I blanked on that. So the dungeon in this case, I did feel like deserved its own whole section, or at least most of one. So what I ended up actually doing is I took like 3/4 of this section, as you see here, maybe 2/3 at least, and I built the dungeon into it. Trying to mimic sort of a natural looking dungeon layout. And then that did leave a little bit of space on the far end where I included just a section of regular underground cavern, but I made it for the Aether. So I made a custom Aether pool to include in there. So that's another important newer biome that I wanted to include. The one unfortunate thing, though, as you'll see later on, I discovered that the Aether, in order to produce the actual biome effect, where it makes all the blocks dark and sparkly, and man, I got the hiccups temporarily here. Uh-oh. Anyway, the Aether, you can't reproduce the biome above a certain level. And although this is underground, it's barely underground here, as you can see, I discovered that I cannot reproduce the special Aether effect that high up. I could do it right down here, but unfortunately I was not low enough where I was building the biome. So I kind of just had to go without it, without the special full biome effect. I just left it as a little pool itself, and it represented the biome pretty well. So I could still do the gem trees and all the other stuff, to mostly anyway. But the effect itself, unfortunately, I had to go without. But it did fit pretty well in that space there next to the dungeon. And it also allowed me to do something kind of cool later on when I was figuring out where to put this section's light switch. I actually put it in a spot that in order to access it, you have to jump into and through the Aether to get to, if you don't have any mobility accessories. So that's kind of a fun little challenge puzzle for anyone who's interested. And again, with continuing with the importance of the minecart track, I initially started figuring out how and where to run the minecart track. So this time, I'll briefly describe the path. And so I knew that it would be coming initially from the underworld in the center. So it's coming up from the middle, and it will enter through the bottom left section of this side of the base, or this side of the biomes rather. So it would come into where I would have the marble and granite biomes, and from there it goes to the right into the next section on the bottom, which is the underground snow, right? I think it's the underground snow. It's got to be the underground snow, right? I think that's what I did. Anyway, it goes from the marble and granite to the underground snow, and in that section, no, it doesn't. Oh, it's kind of between sections, isn't it? I think as it transitions to the right, it actually curves up. So it doesn't necessarily go into the surface snow, but it comes out sort of diagonally into the surface hallow, which is the next one over. I think that's what it does. Wait, where's the forest, though? Oh, forest. I think that's what it does. So snow, hollow, forest, ocean is how the biomes are laid out from left to right on the right hand side here. And so the minecart track goes basically up to the surface level there in the hollow. And then it goes through the forest and then to the ocean biome, which is up above where we are now, above the dungeon and aether. And so from there is when it drops down into the dungeon here. So it's going to be dropping down from above and then continuing to the left. And then as it goes that way, it'll go into the underground and then into the underground hollow. And as it leaves that, it angles upwards and comes out in the surface snow biome, where it continues on towards the rest of of Tigaria again. And then eventually it completes its loop. I think it's a loop, isn't it? Anyway, it goes from through the jungle, through the dungeon here, it goes from top out to the left, basically. That's all. That's all I was trying to say with that whole convoluted misremembering story. But I had that path now sort of established and got the rail in the place that it needed to be. So then I got working on continuing to fill in the rest of the dungeon. I built it like the actual dungeon in terms of having separate sections, each designated by the different dungeon wall types, and then different banners sprinkled about in each of those sections. And then I went back to, after I basically got all the walls in the dungeon, I went back to get the rest of the walls in this little aether cave section. Fill the pool back in, and then that's basically it for the blocks and the walls. Got the main outline done, so then it was on to furnishing. Funnily, in the dungeon here, I did add in, and I think it's where those little torches are temporarily right now, I added in cracked green bricks, as is naturally generated. Since you can craft those now, I felt like no reason not to include them. So I actually do have cracked bricks as part of the traps in the dungeon setup, which are hard to reset, and I kept accidentally stepping on them here and there and then having to replace them, so they're kind of delicate in that way and not fun to explore, kind of. Not fun to build around, tiptoeing, trying not to accidentally touch one of the cracked brick sections, which I did a lot. But in addition to those, I got a few dart traps set up here and there. I got this skeleton statue set up with a pressure plate that activates from riding the minecart, actually. So it's actually kind of a funny thing that I set up so that a pressure plate that you'll hit on the minecart spawns a skeleton or two skeletons from the statue, and then you immediately run them over with the minecart just for fun, which turned out really funny. As far as furnishing goes, the dungeon obviously is pretty easy to fill in. There's lots and lots of furniture, lots and lots of lights, so I was easily able to make probably even went a little overboard on the lighting. And then just furniture in general, books and banners and all kinds of stuff. A few sections of the cracked bricks, like I mentioned. And then I went over to finish up on the furnishing of the little underground section for the aether. So a lot of plants, little bits and pieces here and there, And then, like it was mentioning, that little section where the light switch is at, which is too high to jump up to without any mobility accessories or anything. So in order to get to it, you have to hop down through the aether. And then I had to get this part, of course, connected with the ocean, which would be right above it. I took a little bit of a break and realized that I still had all these actuators placed on these monoliths that I was talking about. So I did not actually want to actuate these blocks anymore, and I just had a whole bunch of actuators to clean up, so I took a break and spent a little chunk of time doing this. Another thing that I think I've mentioned, though, but a huge quality of life and large project feature time saver would be including two-dimensional options for the grand design. So what I would love, and I don't see why we couldn't have this, is if you enabled smart cursor while using the grand design, it suddenly did area instead of just point to point. So with smart cursor active, for example, I could just draw a box around that entire monolith and remove all of the actuators in literally one click. That would be amazing. But anyway, back to the ocean here. We've got my little ocean section where I would put just a little surface cave diving down to access the dungeon from one part, and then the minecart would drop down into the dungeon from right over here on the end. Now, you will notice that there's no surface dungeon entrance and there's no surface dungeon structure. I just kind of allowed that to, or I accepted that I would not include that in Tigaria as part of the biomes. I figured the main part of the dungeon is the underground, and there is plenty of other there are plenty of other features in the surface forest to make that full and vibrant without needing to include the dungeon entrance. Although it could be cool, but I just didn't feel like it fit the space well enough, so no surface dungeon for me, only underground, I guess is the story there. But again, a little mini land mass or dirt forest section leading into the ocean, which I then have filled in with sand, obviously, and I do have enough sand here to qualify for the desert, but unfortunately the ocean itself is more specific in its generation, in its in that it only generates specifically towards the very edge of the world. So there was no way I was gonna get the background naturally from the ocean or anything like that, but I could still build in the rest of the blocks and everything pretty decently. So and then there's a lot of water filling in. Already immediately basically qualified for an oasis. And then look at this. I'm standing there, and I had accidentally actuated 3 of the blocks by using some teleporter I had set up at one point. So I was sitting there filling like the ocean, and then realized that it wasn't filling up. And I go and check, and I've just been draining water all the way down into the underworld for who knows how long. Oh man, I couldn't believe that. So I patched that up and then continued filling my ocean. Oh, that's what it was. So I actually didn't want the desert background, I felt like the regular forest background would be much more suitable for the ocean biome rather than the desert. I just felt like it didn't fit the theme as well. So if I couldn't have the ocean background, I wanted it to at least just be regular forest. But since I put so much sand down, it was desert. So I went back and I actually removed a whole bunch of the sand and kept just the minimum amount that allowed me to show the ocean features on the surface, but not actually commit to the desert background. So I found that sort of balance there, and was fine with that. I wanted to get a little bit of a dock built up as well to just to add some flavor to the ocean here. The ocean itself, although it does have its own boss, my favorite boss, is a bit more quiet in terms of features, I guess. It doesn't have really any naturally generated structures or a lot to it. So as far as features go, it definitely has one of the most amounts of room for addition, in my opinion. So my augmentations around the desert or around the ocean here were maybe larger and more stand out more than some of the other biomes because there's just simply not as much else going on, I guess. So in addition to the little dock and the beach shack shelter there with the hay blocks, I built a little floating raft out in offshore here, just to add another little bit of character here. Included a little anchor that it had dropped. Almost drowned there trying to get the anchor to look decent. I ended up so there is obviously a couple different ways you could do an anchor. There is the furniture item, the wall anchor, and there's also the weapon type, the anchor that you get from crates. But I felt like both of those were kind of a little bit overboard, and being as they would be like a third, or not a third, but like a good percentage of the size of the entire raft that I had built. So I wanted a little bit smaller than that and ended up just making my own custom little anchor out of grates. Honestly, it's not really much smaller because it's still 3 blocks wide than the other anchors would have been, but it's not as tall, so it is a little bit slimmer overall, so it doesn't feel quite as overkill. And it doesn't fit too bad. Not that you can even see it because it's dark under the ocean anyway. But after that, I just spammed a bunch of starfish and shells and called it good. And then I moved on to the regular underground section. So we've got the underground caverns. And I just, again, start with some meandering cave systems and try to come up with a unique organic cave structure, but also one that's explorable by foot. So try to find the balance between those two as I learned as I went. Maybe it's in this section particularly, but more and more as I went along, I realized that I could just include little pockets of enclosed caves, and add little bits of glowing light or somehow light it up to reveal the details in it, but not necessarily have it be part of the rest of the cave system, so it didn't feel, it allowed me to build sort of a more natural looking cave structure that's a little bit more confined, but still fill the whole space and give the biome its the detail and attention that it I felt like it deserved. But the main important feature that I wanted to set within the underground was, I think, simply the spider cave, the underground spider cave mini biome. And so I had designated this chunk cavern opening right in the, well, not right in the center, but towards the right side of the center here. It's where I'm standing right now as I place these actuators leading up to it. But my idea was to have the minecart jump through the spider cave. And it's actually cool how they you're now able to make the dangerous wall variant of the natural wall types. So you can make dangerous spider walls. Is that what they're called? I think they're called dangerous, right? I'm second guessing myself now, but you know what I'm talking about. The wall type that allows enemies to spawn like normal in front of it. I did use those type of walls for the spider cave specifically because they not only spawn enemies but actually generate the cobwebs in front of them when they're, I think when they're near blocks, probably like natural. I'm starting to wonder about that now too, because the naturally generated spider caves only grow the cobwebs within like maybe 5 blocks of the edge of the cave. So they don't grow in the very center. It's not like spider nest caves are completely chocked full of cobwebs. They're just grown completely on the outside edges. And I think that's what they do when you place them too, but honestly, I haven't really done that thorough of an experiment. Anyway, I wanted the cobwebs to grow because I found out that if you're on a minecart and you ride through cobwebs, they don't slow you down or anything. They just break when you ride through them, and they make the cool swishing sound when you break them. So I wanted that to be part of the minecart rail feature, was to send it through the spider cave, break a bunch of cobwebs in your face, and then keep going. And because I could use natural, or whatever they're called, evil, dangerous spider walls or whatever they are, they actually regrow the cobwebs on their own, and so it would be a continuous feature, which I was really excited about. So anyway, did include the fully functional spider cave. The important thing about it though too is it is somewhere where if you fall and you're just trying to explore the world without any mobility accessories, I'm pretty sure you're not getting out of that, even if spiders don't kill you. So that is kind of a pit trap feature of it as well. Although the minecart goes through it, you will not be able to get out of it if you fall down there without any accessories, because the minecart jumps through it using actuated blocks and then seals its path on either side again. So we're on to the hammering phase again, so getting all the walls smooth but not too smooth, and then get a few extra features thrown in here. Oh, I guess I do put a little stone block island here in the spider cave, and then get the infested spider walls. Oh, I should have known that. Yeah, the infested spider walls. That's what they are. I think every one of the dangerous wall variants has kind of a slightly different name. Like, it's not called infested sandstone walls. It's, I want to say dangerous or something, but I don't know. Anyway, moving on to the nice surface forest right above the underground. A few key features that I wanted to include initially were the weird V-shaped, like pointy lake, the enchanted sword shrine, and living trees, or at least one living tree. I've been drinking enough water trying to preserve my voice that I needed to go to use the bathroom again. Oh, it's a bit of a problem. But yep, getting the basics structure in for this surface section. So I have a couple of different living trees that I wanted to set up here. And then I started trying to figure out how to navigate the minecart through it, of course. Do some test rides and everything. I found, I realized I could do kind of a cool connection entrance to the enchanted sword shrine by connecting it through one of the underground living tree root room tunnel things. So I had that going there. And then the other tree on the right hand side here also had two rooms underground. And you'll see all that the wiring that I'm trying to set up is for these various actuator doors for the jumping sections of the minecart track. So this section definitely turned out pretty tight as far as sneaking in the minecart track, because I had to dip underneath the lake, and then I had to figure out how to jump through past the cave and the underground tree and go around the enchanted sword shrine on the other side and the other tree. So there was a lot of obstacle jumping that I had to figure out how to do, and it was especially tricky trying not to disrupt the rest of the details and features that I was trying to build into the rest of the biome itself. So got the good old staff of regrowth going for grass everywhere. Plant some trees down, and I do definitely use fertilizer a lot by now, but I still don't mind just planting trees and then jumping onto other parts of the project that I obviously still have to work on, instead of just defaulting to fertilizer every time I build or need to grow a tree. Get the little rest of the walls figured out for the little surface entrance. Add in some flower walls and grass walls, whatever I have. Get the water both in the lake and the underground, the enchanted sword shrine. And then I need to top off the living trees. In this case, I accepted that I just would not include the tops of the trees. I would just show the trunk with the root structures, and then a couple of branches, basically. Because I had other things that I was going to have to build up above here, and I didn't want to take up space although it would have been kind of fun to continue building the tree upwards out of the biome. Like, if I remember right, I did that on Terra with the living tree that's in the artificial forest biome. I continued it up onto the surface out of its chamber that I built the forest in. Like, you can see the tops of the top part of the tree just filled in with walls or in the background of on the surface there of Terra. Didn't have the space to do that though in Tigaria, knowing that I needed more stuff to build up above here. The only other surface feature there that I kind of realized at the end I did want to try to include was the special little surface cave thing that generates. There's a name for it that the wiki uses, but I forget what they call it specifically. But it often has surface, like regular chests in it, and sometimes you can find the little tunnels leading down to the enchanted sword shrines from there as well. Now doing the underground cave walls. Super easy and fun to do now that there are a bunch of different craftable walls for stone. I really love all the different stone walls, and they really allow for just a lot of natural looking detail kind of to be very easily done up. And then I've got plenty of space to try to fill in natural feature looking things. Get some water, get the underground house. You can see where the spiders are obviously happily spawning in the spider cave, as well as slimes and stuff. I guess it is a little bit dangerous, but I can see now that or we all can now, the growth of the cobwebs definitely occurs within, it looks like 4 blocks maybe of the outside walls of the blocks of the cave or something like that. And then the rest of the cave system I was able to just go through. Wanted to add little platform like abandoned wooden structures, ropes and bridges and all this little things here and there. Oh yeah, and now you can craft heart crystals, which is super fun. So getting those manually added in, just exactly like the natural feature, is super cool. That definitely adds to the atmosphere and connects it back to natural Terraria caves. This is like the one section where the minecart track actually fits perfectly thematically. So having like the framework and mine rail hopping around and going through the cave actually supported by wooden beams instead of random other things that fit different areas better. It works out much more in line with the theme in the underground here, as opposed to some of the other biomes. Again, getting out the rubble maker. The underground itself is pretty much totally suited to all of the various underground furniture variants from the rubble maker, so that's pretty nice. It also has all of the options for the spider caves as well. You can include little bits of spider balls covered like cobwebbed or web wrapped bodies and whatever else you want. All of this stuff. So little the spider eggs and all that works out really cool. And back into the forest as well, as I work on the final furnishing, both forest and cavern sections. Get the living furniture out, lights and everything, and yeah. Gonna get that little campfire and tent set up. That's actually not something you can find naturally, the campfire and tent, as you enter from the surface, but it does look kind of nice. It is something that you can find almost exactly like that in like Starbound, I think. So, but it felt like it fit in there pretty nice, so I got that going. Added a little dock here as well on the water, on the lake. I think almost every surface biome probably has a little structure on the water of the surface, which is kind of funny. And then I did have some plates placed around here and there, which I don't know how many of the other biomes I've done that for so far, but I grabbed some food and got it filled in on the plates, which adds a little more color and detail, which is nice. Got a few banners, which I figured would fit in too, so just dropped some of those around, the regular crafted banners. And then went up to connect all the lights and get that all hooked together. Got the switches working, fully functional, and made sure everything was good to go. And then oftentimes, while I'm working through phases of projects like this, I'll save a lot of my core materials and furniture, and then when I get to the end or the furnishing of the next section, I'll just go and grab that stuff out of there instead of completely or regathering all of the furniture from the storage room. After like quick stacking or something, I go and just hold a lot of that temporarily in a chest or in my safe or defender's forge when I'm doing stuff like this. Again, I gotta manually plant and fill in my pots in the underground parts. So I got some blinkroot seeds to do that, as well as various wildflower seeds, which all that does is basically randomly colors the flower that you plant. And that should be pretty close here on the regular biomes, both surface and underground. Next up would be the Hallow, so move over to that. And then similarly with the Corruption and Crimson, I did want to include those special little sections of desert and ice, just to get all of those block varieties included at least a little bit. So although it's not adjacent to the desert biomes, I did include the Hallowed Desert on the right hand side, which is next to the regular underground and forest regular surface. And then on the left hand side added that little sliver of ice, which on this side does actually happen to lead into the underground ice biome, which works out good. The general structure for the Hallowed Cave is definitely unique. So I realized that, I mean, it's kind of interesting how with Corruption you have the chasms easily lend themselves to an iconic Corruption structure. And then the Crimson has the Crimson Heart Cave system. So that's easy. But the Hallow does not have any naturally generated structure that is associated with it. It simply takes over whatever underground section it is placed in. So I thought it would be more interesting, rather than just reproduce another random section of caves like I had for the cavern biome, I would actually do its own sort of unique structure. And so my idea was to have a sort of an underground island of stone with a body of water on either side. So like a little stony island with lakes or separate on either side of it, which is what I ended up doing. And then on the island in the center, I could build some cool stuff, and my idea was like some sort of small hallowed castle structure. And so that's what I ended up going for. Again, on the surface for the Hallow, there is no unique feature that hallowed biomes have on the surface. So I instead basically built a somewhat generic forest structure, and then added in I guess, well, not really much. Just gonna be adding in the hallowed grass and stuff. I do have the hallowed sand on the right hand side here for the little desert section, and then I do have some more unique water features, I guess, especially underground with a weird little underground partly underwater tunnel to explore. And kind of went with that for the general shape of things. So as I was mentioning though earlier, the minecart track, it does travel from left to right here in the surface hallow, but it does enter from the bottom left corner down here. So it diagonally goes upwards into the hallow, from the underground ice, and then vice versa. As it's returning, the minecart track goes from the underground hallow up into the surface snow. And so that was my plan there. And here, uniquely, I was jumping directly off of a slope going uphill. So in I think most all the other places that I had the actuator doors set up for the minecart, I just had pressure plate tracks trigger them. But in this case, it was just a really long diagonal slope for the rail, which doesn't allow pressure plate tracks to be placed. They have to be placed on flat track. And so I ended up using a player sensor for the activation rather than the pressure plate rail, which worked just fine. Didn't have any issues there. Get into the volume of the underground, I guess unique block type additions. So I was able to fill in the pearl sand and hardened pearl sand underground, and then since it was hallow, I also obviously you can have any natural ores generated in it, or it generated over them. But since it represents only hard mode, I figured it would be cool, at least in the underground, to instead include, or in addition, include the hard mode ores. So I picked cobalt, mithril, and palladium, just the classic original hard mode ores, and got those spread about in the hallow there. At least I think I did only those three. It's possible that I did other... Or wait, what did I just say? Palladium? Cobalt, mithril, and adamantite. I think I said palladium earlier. That's not right. I may have mixed in some of the newer ore variants, but no, it doesn't look like it. I just stuck with the OG 3. And then got mostly dirt and pearlstone filled in for the rest of it here, so pretty straightforward on the blocks there again. Just a little spice with the ore choice is all. And then you'll probably start to notice how the water pools on either side of the little island here prevent non-mobility players from being able to explore onto the island. And so my idea was to have a little platform and rope system to allow for somebody to get onto the middle island, but you couldn't just you couldn't walk through the lakes to get there. You had to jump up and climb the ropes and walk on the platforms in order to actually get to the little castle island in the center. Lots of different wall options as well for the hallow with the special ecto walls or whatever. Ecto variants. Got hallowed grass and all kinds of stuff to use in the surface here. I guess I mostly use the hallowed grass, but then do include little sections here and there of the various stone varieties. Add a little bit of color in there, but it all worked out quite nice. Got a cherry tree as well as a willow tree included. Got a cactus or two to grow. And then the hammering, the great hammering. Still growing a few more trees. And again, in this section in particular, I really added some completely enclosed little cave sections, knowing that with the crystal shards, I could put a couple of those around and provide cool, glowing lighting to reveal and light the those little cave sections. So without necessarily needing to go and explore the whole thing by foot, you could still experience and view the whole biome in all of the details, which is nice. And then I came up with a little bit of a unique design for the wall. I tried to make it kind of interesting, kind of organic, kind of natural looking, with various wall types in different little shapes and patterns, and then had the pearl stone for the vast majority of the filler space everywhere in between. And then I looks like was able to get on with the little castle designing. I had already figured out the minecart track, and it actually, so it goes right through here on these buildings, these little bouncy pads with uh, pink slime blocks. That's what they're called. So the pink slime blocks bounce the minecart off of them and keep your momentum pretty much perfectly, I think, in as long as you don't lose your bounce and start sliding. So I actually was able to bounce uphill a little bit here, like, and then continue to the left with the minecart, and it turned out to be really fun, actually. I really like this portion of the minecart track with the bouncing, as well as the little castle designs did turn out quite cool, and a little mystical feeling and hallowed themed for sure. So overall, I was definitely really happy with this whole section, I guess. The hallowed biome itself, I mean, it's a really cool biome in Terraria, given that it completely spawns halfway through the game, and still, even though it doesn't have any of its natural generation, it converts and then grows its own furniture to produce a completely fleshed out and full feeling biome, even using the generation that had already been there. So I feel like that's something that is really to be appreciated, that the Hallowed can do that. I mean, similarly with the underground parts of or the deep underground parts of the Crimson and Corruption, I guess, but I feel like the Hallowed biome is really cool in that sense, like that it just spawns in and still has this much character to it. It really is neat. I think this was probably the first and maybe still one of the only times that I've used like the aether blocks, but they glow quite brightly actually, and they have a pretty decent texture and color, but they fit in with hallowed obviously pretty nice, I think. But they worked out pretty good in this for that application where underground like mini castle spires and stuff, where it kind of showed that crystalline bricks or shingle texture worked out pretty good anyway. Up on the surface of the Hallow, I got up to trying to add in little features here and there to spice it up and bring it to life, and so I was able to get going on that. Oh, I don't think I've mentioned yet, but the music boxes for each biome, I did also include those at or near the light switch for the biomes. So when you do explore and you turn the lights on for a given biome, it also activates the music box to ensure that you have the biome music playing as well. So that's especially nice for things like the ocean and the dungeon, where those soundtracks would not be able to play normally without the music box there. Although I guess now that I'm thinking about it, I suppose if you crafted the dangerous dungeon walls and placed them, that should activate the underground dungeon music, provided you're deep enough. But one reason why I didn't want to do that here, though, even if I could, and here's me testing out and building the hanging platform pathway to be able to navigate to the center on foot. Anyway, the dungeon walls, the underground dungeon walls are unbreakable prior to beating Skeletron. So if I were to place those walls, I could not break them without beating Skeletron. And I don't want to take Skeletron down because it's an important part of other things. And once you do that, you can't go back, right? So similarly to defeating the Wall of Flesh, I'm trying not to do that because I can't go back if I were to. So anyway, I'm basically stuck without being able to remove any underground dungeon walls that are dangerous or naturally placed. So I think there are one or two pieces of dungeon wall that I accidentally placed somewhere in the dead space in Tigaria, like in the underground outside of the storage room, somewhere beneath the storage room, and I think on the right hand side somewhere. I was like messing around playing with it, and I placed a couple of those walls underground and then realized that there was no way to get rid of them, and luckily they were in a spot where I was not building anything or didn't need to do anything with. But yeah, it could basically I'm not messing around with doing that in Tigaria because I would really screw myself up. I could still do some further testing on other worlds and actually figure out how it works, but I'm pretty sure I would not be able to remove them if I placed the actual dungeon walls. And now that I'm done explaining all of that, I have no idea what prompted me to start talking about it, because we're in the Hallow. I don't remember how I got there, but anyway, we're on to the furnishing section here in the Hallow, where I'm placing little bits of crystal furniture, a lot of crystal lighting to light up the caves, and then There's obviously going to be a lot of crystal shards. Here we go. Going everywhere on there. Some plants and some rebel maker action and all the good stuff. All the usual goodies. I had this idea to include echo painted item frames underwater and then put fish in the item frame so that it'd be like having fish in the water. Overall, it's pretty subtle slash unnoticeable, but doesn't really hurt anything. A little bit, but a little bit of extra detail. Get the books placed about, get the crates down, all this special furniture to bring everything to life here. As far as biomes augmentation go, yeah, the hallowed definitely would be on the top end of the spectrum, where most modified from natural. But again, kind of like I mentioned, a lot of that is a choice I made due to the hallowed not having its own unique natural generation, really. So then the final little food items, the plants, and everything, all the colors start popping in there. And after the hallowed, that leaves the snow biomes. So we've got both surface and then underground. And my initial concern is basically getting the track as it comes up here from underground up to the surface level. So my idea was to have kind of a snowy lookout post or structure built up with the minecart track leading up on top of it. But then I started realizing that I somehow needed to get across to the left-hand part of the biome to leave, and I came up with the idea to jump through the lake, through the snow lake. And I realized that I could do the actuation door at the bottom of the lake, but in order to keep the water in, I could put bubbles and echo coated bubbles at that, so they're invisible, and they would keep the water from escaping as I jumped through the open hole in the bottom of the lake. So I was actually able to completely successfully make a door in the bottom of the lake to jump through. So I was pretty happy with being able to figure that out. So that worked out really nice. And then built the rest of the path around that whole idea. Had a little snowy mountain included there, and that is kind of the one distinguishing feature of the snow in my, as far as my brain goes to immediately. However, the underground ice biome is a little bit different. I mean, in terms of natural generation, it's largely just random caves in a very similar structure to natural cavern caves. And so I decided to diverge from that a little bit, and instead I designed this cave structure with a bunch of jagged ice spikes jutting down and coming up from the floor, jutting out of the ceiling, and just large icicle structure type looking things for the majority of the cave system. So similarly to the underground hallowed, I kind of decided to change the generation a little bit to more fit what I felt the biome feel and theme was. Also, I did have the minecart track, which I knew was going to be entering this chamber from the left and then somehow going to need to navigate all the way to the right. So I started getting that laid out here and there. I started getting pretty decent at getting a good idea of how and what kind of spacing I needed for different jumps and gaps in that the minecart track would take, where you would land and this and that. But I will say I did have a lot of issues here and there coming up where I would test a section and then I would finish building it, and I didn't think that I had put any blocks down to get in my way or change anything, but it turns out I did, or some little mechanism or interaction of blocks turned out to be different than how I thought it did, or affect things in ways that I didn't realize. So there was a lot of finicky stuff, especially the more jumps and the more precise, complicated jumps and drops that I had in the minecart along the path. So there was quite a lot of troubleshooting, going back and troubleshooting along the way, which I went through. Eventually, I did find that like these very minor and small inconsistencies or discrepancies that I didn't realize that were causing these little like minute issues, but it was quite a process that took time here and there as I went to get ironed out. But I remember this underground ice cave one being a big challenge. I guess part of the challenge though wasn't necessarily the ice cave itself. Well, let me explain. So the velocity of the minecart, I set and I decided on being the velocity that you would reach after passing over exactly 2 booster rails, which came out to be 41 miles per hour on the speedometer thing, or the, what's it called? There's a different name for it. The thing that you buy from the traveling merchant that tells you your speed. I don't think it's a speedometer. It's oh man, I can't remember. Anyway, builds into the cell phone and you know the whole story. But anyway, 2 booster rails exactly gets you up to 41 miles per hour. Of course, 41, it could be 41.1, it could be 41.6 from what I understand. Like, we don't have that much precision in the velocity measurement. As you can see, I have it up here displayed on my character for this section intentionally, but it's more precise than simply 41 miles per hour. So, so let me put it this way. Exactly 2 booster rails gets you up to a certain speed that is indicated by the speedometer at 41 miles per hour. However, if I barely tap something, like my character's head hits something as I'm in a jump or something, and then I land on the track again, I'm still going to be reading 41 miles an hour, even though I may have lost a tiny bit. I may have gone from like 41.6 to 49 or 41.4, for example. I don't know the specifics. But it caused issues because I had so precisely built these jump sequences through the ice that even though I thought I was going the exact correct speed coming out of the previous section, I wasn't, and I would end up not making one of the ice jumps and stalling out. And so it took me forever to track down where I was losing my momentum from and what was causing me to suddenly drop slightly, because I couldn't as simply use the speedometer to tell me, because it wasn't precise enough, I guess, is the moral of the story. So what I found out is, I think it was in the underworld, I had some specific jump sequence that slowed me down by just a tiny fraction, and I didn't realize it until I got all the way up here to the ice, which I had built and tested far previously, and then realized that it wasn't working all of a sudden later. So it was a bit of a roundabout problem-solving shenanigan sequence that I ended up going through a couple of different times. Like, a similar thing happened to me in the jungle on the far other side too. I remember trying to figure out what in the world I was losing momentum from, and it took me a long time. But anyway, it did all end up working out good in the end. But it was one of the toughest troubleshooting issues that I've dealt with myself. Looks like I forgot about including slush in certain parts of the underground ice, so I got that put in here and there. And then I did fill in the background of the snowy lake with just like snow walls to cover up the little gap in behind where the bubble blocks sit. Even though they're echo painted, it looks goofy having the water disappear if you're standing right next to it. So in order to just darken it out and make it pretty subtle and obscure, I was able to just put walls there, and it blends it in almost entirely, which just works out perfectly. Got the rest of the trees grown up on top of the little snowy hill, and then got to the rest of the wall placement in the underground. Now, this is one of the few exceptions where I thought it was cool to add, or it was cool to have the natural ice background of the underground here, and it added depth to it, obviously, as well. So I wanted to be able to keep that in the background. So I didn't actually fully fill in all of the background walls in the ice biome, due to the natural wall being there in the background. And it also fits and adds depth to the theme, so it worked out. I had incentive to make it work. Whereas with most of the other biomes, I want to say like the hallowed, I don't think that the underground hallowed background kicked in yet because we weren't low enough. Although I don't know, I could be wrong about that. Anyway, I left some of the natural ice wall showing the background, which turned out to be cool. I also was able to do that in the mushroom biome, because the mushroom biome background is very prominent, and it activates whenever you come near it. So I guess that's one reason why I would leave the hollow biome completely walled off, because as you approach it, the backdrop wall will still be ice no matter what, basically, because of all of the ice on the left-hand side, and also directly underneath, outside of the biomes. Because this, if you go outside of the base, underneath where we are now, obviously it's the original underground portion of the world. So, or underground ice portion of the world. So that kind of prioritizes the ice background. And then I decided to have the hallowed walls not allow for any of that to affect the hallowed biome. However, in the ice biome, it's gonna be a smooth transition any way you go, because as you approach it, the ice background wall will already be there and ready to go. Same with the mushroom walls on the other side, which we'll get to coming up here after this. Up in the surface, though, I wanted to add something a little special in the surface snow, so I built kind of like a cabin lodge propped up against the side of the hill on stilts above the lake, and tried to make that work kind of decently. I wanted to build a little igloo as well, so I tried to do a mini igloo pop up there on the right hand side next to the old minecart tower. I think the lake must be biggest of all in the snow, though, other than I guess the ocean, of course, but it takes up quite a bit of the surface snow biome. Oh, that's what I did. I grabbed a red torch to put in the igloo as a nod to the Minecraft igloo. That's what I did, which has the redstone torch in it. And then add a little wreath in the house, a little fireplace, and then some random furnishings to go along everywhere else. See, what did I put did I leave that? It seems weird to have a picnic table on the middle of the ice, but maybe that's why I put it there. I just thought it was weird and funny to have a picnic table sitting on a bunch of thin ice, which seems like something I would do, honestly, so I guess that's what I was doing. Then a bunch of ice furniture, the ice machine and everything that goes with it for the underground. Definitely keeps the cool feeling. All of the ice light furniture has that chilled blue color to it. Grab a whole another round of furniture here. Man, I feel like maybe with every biome that I do, I feel like I went a little more and more overboard with the decorations and, well, the biome augmentations, I guess. Got a bunch of crates to set down on the little scaffolding structure, which does fit pretty nice. They thematically fit on there pretty well. There's a deer clops trophy, just an antler to fit in. I did like a teal painted large leopard skin or whatever that is, and that was kind of interesting. Basically, be like a snow leopard pelt. Doesn't look too bad, I guess, but still getting pretty busy, I'd say. But this is still before I add one final touch in the cave up above. I don't think I've added it yet, at least. No, I haven't. But as one of the handful of references and callbacks that I have to Circa Terra, I built the same little snowy cave carving caveman figure in the background wall in the snow here. Oh yeah, here I go. Yep, build him right up here. So that's the same guy that I have depicted in Circa Terra as well. So that was kind of fun to throw in there. Testing out the minecart rail and figuring out if it's going to work here. Got a whole bunch more rubble spamming everywhere. And then that concludes the snow, I guess. It's kind of funny in the time-lapse compilation, basically, I cut out all the items sorting, or most of it. I don't record when I'm just going through gathering materials, organizing materials. So it goes straight from cutting off one section to appearing in the other one and already building, which is kind of nice in most ways, but it's still a little bit jarring in some ways, just jumping right from one to another. But moving on back to the left-hand side, where I try getting going on the underground mushroom biome. I suppose technically the mushroom biome has both surface and underground variation, but really it's just the underground. The surface doesn't really have anything special about it. It's just that its unique creation is what allows you to get the truffle moving and stuff. So what I imagined was it would be cool to build some custom mushroom features and plants or designs, rather than just have a plain mushroom cave like everywhere else you find. So I went ahead and started trying to design some custom mushrooms, and man, I had a really hard time. I went through like 7 or 8 different ideas, shapes, colors, block types, and they all just looked weird and wacky. And I ended up being okay with a handful of unique mushrooms in the end, but man, it was a lot of trial and error. These little blue ones are ones that I ended up keeping. I liked those all right, but man, I went through a lot of different designs and and tried a lot of things that I did not like. It's kind of funny. I tried hanging them off the ceiling, going in the side caves, little branchy guys, all this kind of stuff, like these big morel type oblong shapes. But man, overall, I was just it was just weird. I could not come up with stuff that I really liked. Only a handful of these ideas were like passable, and I ended up eventually finding some stuff that I thought was okay. But yeah, like most of these I just scrapped entirely. Um, Ended up with just a couple of these passable designs, I guess. And again, I had to figure out how to get the minecart track through it pretty early on. So sketched out that with a couple of jumps, and then figured out where to put the little mushroom house to go, the naturally generated mushroom version of the underground house. Got basically just that laid out, along with after what I had learned from the Hallow, bouncing the minecart on bouncy blocks. I was able to do that here as well with the bouncy topped mushrooms, which worked out pretty fun. So the minecart just hops along and bounces off of the mushroom tops, which worked out really nice, like I said. So I was pretty excited about getting that in there. And then had just a few other more minor mushroom unique designs to pop in, I guess. So I hung these guys off of the roof. Had a couple those skinny blue topped mushrooms, which I ended up with over on the far left. I left those in place. I like those ones, and then that one little branchy guy on the right. But that's that's all I could come up with is that I found acceptable to leave. The rest of those, there were some kind of cool colors and stuff, but I remember thinking going into it that yeah, I mean it's Terraria. All of these blocks could make some awesome little mushroom shapes and colors and stuff, and I was so wrong. Like I could not get anything to come out looking like I wanted it to. So it was tough, but I still feel like it can't be that hard to come up with cool mushroom designs in Terraria, but I guess for specifically the application that I was looking for, which was just kind of augmented mushrooms to add character in a naturally generated mushroom biome, it was pretty hard. I could see that if you were to go out and just build your own entirely custom mushroom biome, and maybe just make your own pink painted grass or something, you could make some really wacky looking, totally fleshed out, different mushroom biome. But as far as fitting into roughly the blue glowing theme, I had a hard time. I had a very hard time. Oh, but as I was mentioning with the background wall, I did, because of how prominent the mushroom blocks are at creating the biome itself, including the background wall, I was totally able to just leave the whole interior cavern here entirely filled with just the natural walls, which worked out really nice. And actually, I'm just realizing now I guess it's just the lighting of the glowing grass and stuff, but it's weird how in only the center of the big open section does it start to go kind of dim and adds that depth appearance in the background. Anyway, other than after I gave up on making mushrooms, the whole thing went a lot nicer. I was testing out natural foot exploration once again, and making sure that I could get places that I needed to, and then just spammed a bunch more furniture and mushroom things here and there. Luckily, I did get quite a lot of the large mushroom trees to grow, so that worked out really great. I had those all filled in there, which really took a lot of the weight off of the custom mushrooms that I put in, I guess. So that was nice to have those as more sound baseline, I guess. The two little branchy hanging mushrooms from the ceilings, though, the little hanging mushroom tree things, do help to fill in what otherwise would have been a completely, empty top to the cave and everything. And with that, I called the mushrooms pretty much complete and jumped over to the granite. Granite and marble, of course, I guess. And so I just jotted out basically a cave section where half of it was going to be marble and half of it granite. And they are, naturally, they generate in very different, distinct ways. So the marble cave is always that sort of big, open hallway type cave. And the granite is much more circular and a little bit massive, I guess, with little branching sections here and there. So that was generally how I wanted to kind of distinguish the structures, but overall, the resemblance that each of them have to their natural generation is fairly subtle, I would say. But you can see I was checking my map to glance over the natural structure that I had around the world, and trying to base my the custom structure somewhat off of that. Just as far as like block fill goes, the granite and marble caves don't have a lot to offer as far as that goes, because there's no they generate in replacement of any ores. I'm only fully realizing that now as I say it, and I think that's correct. But now I'm starting to second guess myself, because are there supposed to be ores shown in marble and granite caves? Oh man, I don't know. I think there's not. If there was, I surely would have included them in my custom biome, obviously. But realizing that, though, does make it a little different, simpler as far as placing the blocks go. All it is a bunch of straight marble and then a bunch of granite. And I definitely tried to rough up the edges and the cave walls and features to make it a little bit more natural. I guess I didn't realize that the marble caves actually have very rough floors and ceilings, more than you would maybe realize. But the granite caves, in contrast, have kind of smoother edges, but the cave shape itself is a lot rougher than the marble is naturally. So that's kind of an interesting, I guess, not conflict or contradiction, but discrepancy between the two. It definitely doesn't necessarily feel that way. Like when I imagine granite caves, I imagine them in Terraria being a lot rougher than the marble caves. But I think that might just be a trick of the mind, kind of, in terms of comparing its naturally generated large structure to the actual smoothness of the walls and the... Oh no. Normally, the underground houses obviously are supported from the bottom with columns going up, but for the granite cave, I decided to go ahead and hang it from the ceiling instead, being as it was so much closer that way. And then I did go ahead and add in various other features here and there. Column structures to support the minecart track, and also add little small features here and there. Got the light switch installed up on near the top of the center here. And then again, just the standard array of little rope drops and platforms and stuff. Some echo painted item frames and weapon racks here and there as well. Obviously, I have come to use those quite frequently, just about anywhere, kind of all around, just to allow for those hanging of any item, any themed item on the wall in a house or a room. But it also works in biomes too, like just adding those javelins up on the wall in the marble cave to represent the javelins from the hoplites that they throw. The marble and the granite rubble maker furniture is probably one of my favorites and one of my most used overall. There's a lot of cool stuff that you can use from those, just the little rock formations and things. So those are really fun. Now that I basically at this point have all of the main biomes done and in place, that leaves only the underworld left to go. But before I went to start on that, I went and retrofitted some of the other parts of the jungle and the desert here. I wanted to change my my minecart track a little bit so that I would more secretively route it through the walls. So I was replacing more and more gaps with actuated blocks and time and dart trap timers to open and close the doors, so that they would be even less intrusive of the biome exploration on foot. So I went back to change that out for the jungle. Did a fair amount of wiring switch ups because I ended up needing more colors, different colors of... Actually, was it? Maybe I just decided while I was doing the right hand side that I was going to use red for all of the light wiring, but I had forgotten that I had done green on the left side, so to make it consistent, I just rewired the entire left-hand side there and called it good. And then I jumped down to the underworld. So quickly grabbed a whole bunch of the ash blocks and started jotting out ash structure to create the underworld out of. The underworld is definitely a biome with its own unique generation, so that provided me most of the baseline to go off of. I was modeling it largely off of the actual underworld. However, the difference would be the shape of that I have here. It curves down into the center right here, but because it's not flat on the bottom, I'm not able to just do a very flat underworld, if that makes sense. I had to basically bring up a few different pools at higher and higher levels of lava as we got towards the outside of the base. Here, you'll see what I'm talking about now. So obviously I have a large pool in the center here of lava, and then as we go outwards though, I had to raise them up a little bit as I went. Otherwise, to fit the space. And the floor is not flat. That's all I'm trying to say. I guess the floor in Tigaria also isn't flat, but the difference there is the ceiling in Tigaria. I had more space above, whereas I didn't really realize it here, but I was actually somewhat tight for space vertically for making this. So it ended up being slightly weird due to that, but no major issue by any means. I see I'm also adding in pockets of lava in the ceiling, which I'm not exactly... I don't think that you get many ceiling pockets of lava in the actual underworld, but I could be wrong about that. I don't remember now. But anyway, you'll see me use a lot of sand as I drop it into the lava and then block swap to place the ash. And that is one of the only ways that allowed me to make fully filled pockets of lava. And then I obviously changed my mind about something here. Maybe about the whole layout of the floor. I started realizing kind of the space that I had to work with, and I wanted there to be more volume of lava than I had. So I needed to make a few little adjustments and allow for more lava to fit in, basically. And then I did change up the center, so instead of having lava pool in the center, I wanted a big underground lava volume, and then the surface it'd be like kind of an island isolated in the middle where I could then build the underground houses in. I wanted just enough space to allow me enough room to build decent houses, but still keep it small enough to allow me to have large volumes of lava on the sides. And then I also spent a little bit of time trying to come up with a decent little design feature for the very center down in the bottom here. Ended up with a cool little outline of a bull head, and then a little sort of diamond pattern structure in the bottom. And then that worked out pretty good for the center pool filling. And then I had a bunch of volume of ash to fill in where I could hide in various pockets of lava and all the usual from this point on, basically, if I remember right. I did want to add in a couple of the throwbacks to Circa Terra here as well. Importantly, like there were a couple of faces that I had included in the lava in Circa Terra, and so I wanted to get those added in. So I got started copying them over, but then, I mean, I started to realize I actually had a lot of volume of lava in Circa Terra, and the faces that I did in the in the ash are actually really big, and they didn't actually fit here in Tigaria. Like, this is one of them, the bigger one, granted, but it would not, it just took up way too much space, and it looked goofy being as big as it was here. So I ended up creating just the smaller of the two, the more iconic one, to be fair. But then I did include just the eyes of the other one as their own little pools. So there's kind of a hint to those ones, but the regular smaller smiley face fit in over there all right, and so I was happy with that anyway. Just a bunch of lava and hellstone. Hanging out down here with Rattles Magoo. And there's finally basically the central island ready to go and prepared. The one major thing new since Circa Terra would of course be the ash grass, and so not on the very center island, but as we go out to the sides and as on the ceiling, I did definitely want to include the ash grass, because that has cool trees to go with it, little grass tufts that grow, and then the vines that grow from the ceiling, obviously. So it really adds a lot to the biome, and one of the really cool things that has been added since Circa Terra to augment further furnish and flush out the underworld. So that's really nice. But yeah, overall I had kind of the structure of the ash land mass pretty much in place. Unfortunately, I was not going to get any of the background of the underworld because I was, I'm still 2/3 up in the underground section or more. I'm not that far away from the surface, really. So I needed to completely do the background artificially, which now that we have so many different ecto types of underworld wall, it is very nice. I remember before I used a lot of the mushroom walls, and I painted them red or orange or something, which does have a cool glowing effect, and it actually worked pretty decently well. But now we have all kinds of different underworld themed walls that are more than adequate for the job, and so they add all that texture and patterns and detail. Works pretty good there. Oh, I guess I didn't even remember this, but I do add lava fall walls as well, and that adds a little bit of animation and sort of hints at that depth that you feel from the actual underworld when you're down there. And then once I got that done, I don't know if I had forgotten until now or not, but I needed to do the minecart rail, and it needed to go from left to right. So not really too much to ask, really, but my my idea was basically to hang most of it from the ceiling and just have little jumps that loop you and hop you across the whole biome by skipping along the ceiling, basically. And that's what I was generally able to do without too much trouble. But again, as I was talking earlier, this section did end up messing me up long term when I realized that I think there was some really minor tweak that was costing me a tiny bit of momentum and screwing up my minecart track once I got up to the ice biome up above the underground ice. So this was my idea for the rail. Then I get my boosters on and start testing it out, basically finalizing where they need to go and how to get from one to one. And that's basically how I laid out the whole minecart track for the whole thing, actually. Looks like I finally got it going. A lot of my practice in minecart troubleshooting I actually did off camera, which makes sense too. Like, I didn't just sit here and spam the minecart a bunch of times while recording because I didn't need that in here. So I did spend a lot of that time figuring it out after I had got it roughly in place, and then just tweaked it and made the tests as I went off camera. So then I went back and was able to get going on the actual ground level exploration part. So we've got these metal framework bridges over the lava pools, basically to allow for crossing for ground travelers. However, I did have it's kind of similarly to Terra. I wanted part or most of one of the bridges to be kind of broken down and fallen, I think. Right. So I came up with kind of a collapsed bridge for the biggest one, still allowing for a for travel if you just climb this chain across, though. What did I die from? I might have just burned in lava. I don't know what I did there. Anyway, I got the bridges generally in place, and then I wanted to get the central structures lined up. And all of a sudden, I had this random inspiration to build a Baradur, basically. Baradur, something like that, from Lord of the Rings. The big black castle with the Eye of Sauron on top of it. And so I suddenly realized that would be a cool thing to put down here. So I built a little 3-tier castle structure inspired by that, and then I had room for basically 2 other buildings, one on either side, and outlined a good shape for both of those, and then got going on just furnishing each of them kind of and theming them slightly uniquely, but all of which done in the theme of the underworld. And I did my best to make the Eye of Sauron up on top of Baradur with some bubble blocks and smoke blocks as the pupil of the eye or whatever. You'll notice right away that I kind of went off script and didn't bother at all copying the naturally generated structures in the underworld. I figured it would kind of be cooler just to do my own thing. Everyone knows what the square boxes, the naturally generated in the underworld, look like, so I figured I would do my own kind of unique stuff and try to make it fit and feel cool. So that's what I ended up doing. And I had Bardoor in the center, and then I wanted to make some forgery, like a smithing forge building on one side. Not forgery building, that's not cool. But like metal smithing with a forge in it. I guess you could argue that should be called a forgery, but I don't know if that would go over too well. And then I forget what the other one I did. Maybe just like sort of the one on the left, I think, is where I put the forge and stuff. And the one on the right here, I just kind of did I guess kind of a posh demon's living quarters type feel to it or something like that. I don't know. Tried to make it fancy and fiery, I guess. I realized that my certain sections of the ceiling that I had separated to support the minecart track, I kind of wanted a little more structure towards, so I got some obsidian walls and filled in those gaps with them, which worked out pretty nice. And then started going along with a whole bunch of furniture, getting all that placed around for fun. And as far as the natural features go, the only thing missing was kind of a shadow chest, which I think I put one or two of somewhere and called it good. Oh, you know what? I'm wondering now if I did or not, but you can now lock chests again with the lock that you craft from bones. And what else is there? Is there bones and a chain? Maybe it's a chain. But anyway, I should have, if I didn't, lock the obsidian chest that's supposed to be faux, like naturally generated. And then I got a whole bunch of underworld themed items, placed them all around, and furnished everything up with them. But definitely turned out to be very full feeling. I like the final product of the underworld overall, and it's different from Circa Terra, but it's quite similar in a few ways though. The weird thing to me though is the size discrepancy, where I was expecting this one to feel huge, but it actually doesn't. I think it's due to the vertical space being so limiting. Like the ceiling is not that far up in it, but overall it did turn out cool. I liked the unique structures and the furnishing of it, and I was pretty happy with it overall. So this conclusion of the underworld does wrap up this part of the Tigaria time-lapse, however. So that will be it for this episode. As usual, I hope it's been an entertaining overview. I hope you learned something here or there. I hope you enjoyed it a little bit. And other than that, I really appreciate anyone for watching, and I hope you have an outstanding rest of your day.